Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say, that mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limits, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly, the quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory, sit with you, match my body to your rhythm, vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you,
divergence. Some might be neurotypicals, but we're all God's children, and we must see that in each other. So celebrate your uniqueness, celebrate how special, how wonderful, how beautiful you are with a round of applause. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the 13th annual. Yeah, who's excited? Make some noise. That's it. That's the spirit. Yes, that's the spirit. day 2 of the 13th Annual Autism Program. And GTCO is particularly proud and excited to be able to curate this conversation and host this community. It's really an honor to be able to do this. My name is Oluwaseun. I'm simply your host and anchor. Well, without further ado, we're going to get into the heat and thick of it. We have a lot of ground to cover today. And if you enjoyed yesterday, let me just hear you make some noise. Yes, yesterday was amazing. But today, we're taking it to another level, all right? So just get ready for that. To do a full recap of everything that happened yesterday, in case you missed it, just to rejig your memory if you've forgotten certain things that we talked about, we'd like to call on our very dear Camille Proctor. Can we welcome Camille with a round of applause? And I'll quickly read Camille's bio. Camille is the founder and executive director of the Color of Autism Foundation, a US-based national... She's doing this because she wants me to stop. She's a little shy, but I'll continue. She's the founder and executive director of the Color of Autism Foundation, a US-based national non-profit organization she founded in 2009. Her organization focuses on self-efficacy and advocacy, which supports individuals living with autism. Ladies and gentlemen, Camille Proctor.
If you start to poke me to stand like this, do like this, do like that, you will know that, this is an ad. So I try not to make my...
Who's that? All right. Put your hands together for Camille one more time.
Okay, all right. Good morning. Thank you, everyone. It's nice to see you again. I'd like to say, once again, thank you to GTCO for putting on this wonderful conference each year. And it's always nice to see everyone every year. Without further ado, let's go over yesterday. Yesterday, we had an amazing presentation by Lanre, Duyile, and that was about executive functioning in autism. Thereafter, we saw Dr. Brian Boyd, Understanding Neurodiverse Minds, a focus on repetitive behaviors in autism. And we had Mrs. Whitney Hamill-Annie, who gave us a presentation on sensory processing in autism. And we had the lovely Tome Odele, speech pathologist, communication, and social skills. We had some great breakout sessions yesterday with Camilla Hay, behavior interventions and positive supports, as well as Tonye Faloji Ikezi, exploring autistic talents, a pathway to progress. And our third session was Evie Okabuna, Autism and Special Education. Today, we're going to have more amazing presentations and facilitations, and we hope you stay the entire day so you don't miss any of it. Thank you. Who gets this mic?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a round of applause for Camille Proctor. For an encore of the performance that you enjoyed yesterday. Yes. Who wants to see that one more time? Corporate dance world and entertainment. Let's go. Lights dim. If you have popcorn, bring it out now.
morning, everyone, and welcome to another beautiful day at the Ajay Market. My name is Edna, the one and only hairstylist we have here. See, the story I'm about to tell you, it's a very special one. But first, let me introduce you to my family members. Market don't open, oh. Baba Lanre, how fun? Good morning. See me? This girl. Mama Jacob, good morning. Welcome. Oga, bend down. This is my family. Not biological, but in this marketplace, we're like one big family here. Anyways, this story is not about me, Edna. Neither is it about Oga Elero, nor Oga bend down. It is not about Mama Jacob and her son, or our dear Iyaloja. Here she comes.
Iyaloja, good morning,
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Good morning.
Do you like
Jacob, good morning.
To be wise, yo, now the lady be strong man, yo. See as them they look, yo, all eyes for me like a two-pack, yo. I keep them Balenciaga, they shady milli, and too bad, yo. I know they for your chit-chat, yo. Carry your matter, they go TikTok, yo. My gen to the zongo, I know they look back, yo.
Everybody come together. Let's take a picture. Say cheese. Yes, the story is about him. It's about Tobe, the photo artist. We all grew up in this neighborhood, though. But when we were small, we used to be scared of him because we felt he was a little bit different. But our dear Iyaloja explained to us that he's on the spectrum. And so, like every one of us, he's worthy of our love. As our mother here, she is always overjoyed when any one of us hit a milestone like this. The big grand.
I'm so proud of you, my friend.
See me?
Congratulations. Congratulations, my friend. I'm coming, okay? I'm coming.
Now let's go. You see to this guy. Show her the style. Show her how that.
Gen Z style. You like this one? Well done.
Madam Vicky, welcome.
Don't worry. Okay. Yeah, Vicky. Welcome. Fine. Let me call Tobe. Yes. Tobe! Tobe, where are you? Tobe, your biggest customer is here. Where are you? Oh, God, please, Tobe. Madam Vicky. Madam Vicky, I don't think this one is up for... Tobe? Toby, come on, look.
Hi, Toby, how are you?
Hi.
This is such a lovely picture. How much is it?
No, not for sale.
Surely there's a price that you can sell for now. Tell me.
No, not for sale.
I heard you.
No, not for sale.
I heard you and I said, how much is it?
This is my art. This is my life. It's not for sale. It's for me. It's not for you. It's not for sale. It's not for sale.
Rubbish.
Madam Fiki, kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? What happened?
Can you imagine? I have been his loyal customer since I have been buying alcohol from him for 2 years.
Ben.
You have no sense of gratitude.
Now you can take another
I don't want to hear it. And I said that is the one I want. Oh, shut up.
Hey.
In fact, I'm done with this place.
Madam Vicky.
Toby, don't worry. I'll come back. I'll come back to you, okay? Are you okay? You're fine? Good. I'm coming, okay?
Yeah. See me. Yeah. Just now. We are seeing me pack up. Quick. Yeah. We finish this here tomorrow, Yaloja.
I'll be carrying everything. Toby, let's go. I'm tired. Eh? Let's go now. It's late.
No.
Oh, Dara, yeah, Jacob. Let's go.
I close my eyes and I can see the world is waiting up for me that I call my own.
Toby, let's go home.
Dark through the door, through where no one's been before, but it feels like home.
You can't tell me you want to sleep in the market.
They can say it all sounds crazy.
Toby.
They can say I've lost my mind. I don't care if they call me crazy.
But we need to go home.
I can live in the world that I desire. 'Cause every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. I'm in a dream to keeping me awake. I think of what the world could be, a vision of the one I see. I'm in a dream, it's all it's gonna take. I'm in a dream for the world we're gonna make.
Toby, let's go home.
I'm in a dream for the world we're gonna make.
Let's go.
No going home. Yes, ma'am.
Yaloja. Toby is not listening to me. Oh.
Tobe Chuku. Tobe Graphy. Tobe. How are you? Tobe, you work too hard. And you know you have to rest. Shop have closed. You have to go rest and come back tomorrow. Shogba, how are you? Have you eaten?
No, he hasn't.
Salad, Tobe. Mommy Jacob salad. Who like it?
Salad.
Tobe international. Tobe global. Tobe worldwide. Oh yeah. Eat. Then we can go home. We'll lock shop. Yeah.
Toby, can we go home now?
Go home.
Oh yeah, lock shop.
Let me help you. So you continue tomorrow, okay?
Go
home.
They pray. See me. This girl now. Yeah, what I was soon come. See me. Good morning, ma'am. See me.
See, we have new style. We have new style. New style. Yeah, look at the. See Gen Z style.
I don't tell I don't what don't tell me. In family don't carry everyone be careful.
Oga, bend down, calm down. Kí ló dé?
No be me say I go do that hair for her.
She's not talking.
Press play now.
Press it.
I get my inspiration from everyday people. So I go to their house and their place of work so I can capture them in their natural element. Like this picture, for instance. I snapped it a few weeks back. You can see the joy on this man's face. It's because I pay his rent and his children's school fee. And this one, this is a picture of a woman in the market. I gave her the capital to start her business.
Breathe.
At all.
This is wrong.
What's wrong?
Why will Madam Vicky said she took all the pictures Tobe did? But this is Tobe's work. Why would she claim to?
Iyaloji, we have to do something.
We want to be
Tobe? Tobe, are you okay?
Leave me alone! Iyaloja, we are going there! We have to We go there! We have
Okay, we will not use violence. We will go and call Madam Vicky. She will come here, she will come and tell us why is why. Alive, wo. No, calm down. Alive, wo. Oyanisho. Go.
This is wrong. Oh, I can't take this. Just
Are you sure this is the place? Tobe's pictures. Wait, why is Simi not here? See the time.
Excuse me, ma. have the art with me. I'm so sorry, Ma. I have to go get it. This is it.
Jacob, we can't wait. Let's go. David, hey, calm down, Jacob.
Thank you very much, Ma.
Calm down, no, Jacob. See, Oga, we just want to see the owner of this gallery. That's all. Oga, because we dey calm down for you. Who you be for here? Come on, security man. I go come on your teeth now.
What is going on? What is going on here?
Oga, ask this incompetent.
Madam.
Oga, good thing that you're here, see me. We just came here to report that the woman you're working with is a fraud.
Which woman? Fraud?
Madam Vicky.
Vicky.
See, she has been stealing those pictures. She is claiming she took them. It's Tobe that took it.
Yes,
she's not the one that took it.
They're all Tobe's work.
Are you sure?
Yes.
See, Oga, Tobe's shop is in the market. Even the Iyaloja is aware. Come, we will show you more.
You have to come with
have.
us, sir. You have to come with us.
Okay, no problem. Come with me. You remain here.
Yes, sir.
Of course. So we keep you there.
Oh,
come on your teeth. Wait. What's that bed? Good discussion.
Wow. Wow.
Welcome, Wo.
This is amazing.
Yes, sir.
Tobe.
Wow.
Yes.
This is beautiful. So you mean Vicky has been claiming she took all these photographs?
Sir, it's so unfortunate because we all know Madam Vicky, but we still do not know why she did what she did.
It is appalling, but do not worry. I will get in touch with my lawyers and we will stop that exhibition.
That's what we're
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
But can I meet the real photographer?
Sir, he's right here. Tobe Chukwu.
He's so humble.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Tobe. I am Mr. Gaga.
No touching. No touching.
He's still hungry.
He's just shy.
So, Mr. Tobe, you took all these photographs. Is it true?
True. I am the Tobegraphy.
Mr. Ganga, you see, Tobe doesn't know how to express himself like every one of us, but he does that with his art. That's why his pictures are so beautiful and exceptional.
What?
Yes, sir.
Your photographer is an imbecile.
Excuse me, sir. He is not an imbecile.
Who is talking that? Mr. Photographer.
I am sorry. I am very sorry.
Okay.
But I cannot represent someone like this at my gallery. He is not brand worthy.
Brand worthy, it's not brand worthy, Abi. Oh yeah. Our bishops get thatpada. Bring our bishop
That will not be possible. Perhaps you can take up the matter to Vicky. Right now, I haven't.
What? No. Hold him there.
Madam,
no problem. No problem. But if you want problem, I will go to press. I will tell them you are fraud. I I will tell you a thief.
Yes.
If you don't return this thing, Jacob, come and carry wheelbarrow and carry this man out of this place. Hey. Yes.
Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am in this town? Woman, listen. If you move an inch.
Alvin! What did you do? What is it?
I have the power to bring them this market.
Nico, come on.
Now make it to the slide. Bend and roll. Yeah, show me power. Step to the right. Now make it to the slide. Bend and roll. Make I show you power. 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 Make I show you power.
It's Yaloja that is calling you. I do not know how this market will be today.
Yaloja.
Kilode.
Yaloja. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yaloja, take a look at. Mr. Ganga has gone ahead to publish Tobe's face in the papers, saying that Tobe stole from Madam Vicky. And Tobe has been selling his own art in the market at a cheaper rate.
Why? Man, you Gao. Aganga is as if you know somebody there to make them remove our own and put in awful adverts.
He's not taking it well, ma. That's why I was coming.
Is he?
He's inside.
Let's go. Tobe, Shuku. Tobe, it's Yaloja that is calling you, Tobe. Let me know. Tobe, Shuku.
God, don't give up on me yet. I know I'm not your best bet, but I'm trying. Don't give up on me yet. Oh God. There's no reason, but I finally see it. But I gotta believe it. Don't give up on him, yeah. Oh, don't give up on me. Don't give up on me.
Please. Please. You have to calm down, please. You have to.
Hello? Yes, this is Simi.
Oh my God. Please. You have to repeat what you just said to me now.
Tobe Adler of Tobegraphy has been selected as a finalist for the Global Creative Life Contest. He stands a chance of winning $100,000, and the ceremony will be holding in 2 weeks at the Muson Center. Further information will be sent via email.
Tobe, come on, Pastor.
Tobe, you have been nominated.
Yeah, I've been nominated.
Yes, you have, my friend. My friend, you've been nominated.
And I will win.
You will win,
Yes, you will, my friend.
Let's
go. My friend, God did not leave you. God will not leave you. Bend down. Now first grade you wear so. This your suits now follow come.
Come put to keep for me.
Okay, Laura, now you get this party.
Where is the Yaloja?
If they come, they bring Tobe. And Tobe they back up. When you see my friend,
when you see my friend, oh, my friend, babe. I said, when you see my friend, today is for who? Today. Today is for who?
Hey, today. Sit down.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now for the final award of the night in the Creative Life category. The winner for this year will be going home with $100,000 prize. And it is none other than Tobechukwu Abla.
We won! We won! Yes! My friend! Yes! Congratulations, my friend!
For the champions, stand up. For the champions, stand up. Stand up.
Yes, I want to say thank you to the organizers of this competition for seeing my work without prejudice. See me?
Yes, my friend.
Thank you for submitting my entry. Iyaloja and the community people, thank you for embracing us. Thank you. Take a selfie. Selfie. Come together. Say cheese.
Yes, that is how our own Tobe went on to become the famous photo artist, because he was embraced by his community, loved and nurtured till his dreams became a reality.
However, not every child on the throne may be as gifted as to be. The most important thing is to embrace and empower every child, regardless.
Tobe, my friend! Congratulations, my friend!
Them they look you all eyes for me like a Tupac yo. I keep them Balenciaga, they shady milli and too bad yo. I know they for your chit chat yo, carry your matter they go TikTok yo. My gentle days on go, I know they look back yo.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Please make some noise for the beautiful Chioma. And, of course, Oscar. On behalf of Corporate Dance World and Entertainment, we would like to say a very big thank you for yet again another opportunity to show you that we are with you on this journey. And I hope we all got the message. Did we get the message? Yes, it's They say it takes a village to raise a child. It's not one person's responsibility. In what we just showcased, it's the entire community that came together. So thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, make some noise for corporate dance world and entertainment. That was wonderful. I actually didn't realize that they were the ones singing yesterday. Do you guys know that? I thought that was amazing, you know? That they were able to sing so well, dance so well, act so well. It's really beautiful. We're talented in this country. Super talented. I think our next presentation, coming off the back of this performance, is really nice. I think it would help drive the message, because the first topic today is the therapeutic potential of art in autism. And we're going to be listening to someone who is an expert in art therapy and autism. Autism! Put your hands together for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. You are wonderful, and you are awesome indeed. Our first speaker is Kunle Adewale, and I'm just quickly going to introduce Kunle. Kunle is an artist and a development practitioner by profession. Kunle founded Tender Arts Nigeria in 2013, a social enterprise and non-profit making organization which positively impacts children, youths, and adult populations with a focus on therapeutic arts, art education, talent development, community development, and civic engagement. And to speak for the first time at the GTCO Annual Autism Conference, please a warm round of applause as we welcome Kunle Adewale. You can do better with that round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. All right. I'm going to ask the media guys to help play the video, and then we'll get started.
How was it?
How was it? Can you see everything?
Has she ever experienced the VR before? What do you think about the experience?
This is the first time. And she's so elated. You know, this was the last 2 days was a little bit traumatizing for everybody and her as well. But this is the first time she's really
therapy proved to be a truly immersive experience for her. As I watched, my heart swelled with joy, seeing her jumping and smiling throughout the session. It was evident that the therapy had a positive impact, lifting her spirit and providing her with a renewed sense of enthusiasm. Her brother Joshua couldn't believe his eyes when, after hours of using the VR headset, Christine emerged once again as the lively, energetic person she used to be. She was filled with vigor, enjoying her meals, and most importantly, radiating with happiness. The transformation came as an immense relief after weeks of agonizing concern. Guess what? I was halfway home when I realized I'd totally forgotten the earlier scheduled hospital visit. It's heartwarming to witness how VR therapy has helped Christine reclaim her zest for life and rekindle her love for things she holds dear. Kunle Adewale's insightful suggestion brought about a profound change, and we are all grateful for the positive impact it's been on Christine's well-being.
Let's appreciate Christine's mom, everyone. Intentionally, I have to, play that video because I'm not here to show a lot of slides today. And intentionally as well, I'm thinking about the lived experiences of persons with autism and the impact of the art. I'm also thinking about the dimension of the fusion of art and technology for their well-being as well. And that is why we got to experience the VR therapy. Is the slide ready, please? So today I'm going to be talking about the potential of art in autism, and I'm going to be using the lived experience of 2 children in Nigeria and 1 in Ghana of how the art really helped to improve their quality of life, their communication skill, helping them to socialize. To acknowledge this cover page, so most of the slides you're going to be seeing today are works done by children with autism. Here in Nigeria, also in Ghana. So let's give it to Christine, a 17-year-old Nigerian girl with autism. The cover page of this slide was done by her. The painting you're seeing there. And again, the hashtag for this conference is Be a Voice. We are not coming here, I've not come to represent myself as Kunle Adewale. It's not about me, it's not about the speakers, it's not about the faculty members here. It's about the children. And we should acknowledge them, we should celebrate them, just like Tobe. They are the focus, it's not me. Let's clap for them, everyone, please. It's about our children. This is one of my favorite quotes by Susan Farrell, who says, "The arts are the hospitals for our souls." Christine's mom had earlier, thinking about taking Christine to the hospital. And then Christine, for the first time in her lifetime, for 70 years, got to experience VR. And after this session, she had even forgotten Christine was meant to go to the hospital. That tells you the evidence base and the potential of the arts in the lives of the children with autism. I'm not going to do a lot of definitions like it's been done already, so I don't want to overflog what autism is and what it is not. But again, the use of art-based therapies in individuals with autism has been an area of research and interest. While the field continues to evolve, there's evidence suggesting several therapeutic benefits of the art-based intervention for individuals on the autism spectrum. Here are some of the key findings based on research up to September 2021. I'm going to do this very, very quickly. The use of art really helped to improve social skills. So the art-based interventions such as music therapy, dance movement therapy, and drama therapy have shown promise in improving social skill and interaction of individuals with autism. This also kind of enhance emotional expressions and also regulate the emotion of children and young persons with autism. So the art-based therapy offers individuals with autism a means to express themselves. And this also helps to regulate their emotions as well. the use of art really increased the communication abilities of our children living with autism. Certain based interventions, particularly music therapy, have been found to enhance the communication abilities in individuals with autism. Music, rhythm, and singing can help develop speech and language skills, promote verbal, non-verbal communication, and improve auditory processing. Number 4, the use of art really helps toward this sensory integration and motor skills. So engaging in art-based therapy, such as painting, drawing, dance, can facilitate sensory integration and motor skills development in individuals with autism. The number 5, the art helps to enhance self-expression and self-esteem of children and young persons with autism, like we saw Tobeshiko, the photo artist. We saw what happened. I was demoralized by what happened to him, but then his joy came because it was validated, it was acknowledged because of what he does, his photo art. The lived experience, many of us are really familiar with this. And I will say that there's nothing wrong with telling and telling again stories that you are familiar with, like this one, of a young person living with autism and how she has continued to, get better through the use of art. So, Christine McEnergy is a 17-year-old, the girl that really experienced the VR earlier on, with autism. She was born in Galway, Ireland. Christine never spoke a word for the first 4 years, but she could rock back and forth to Banning and Friends. Christine returned to Nigeria in 2007 and was diagnosed with autism in 2009. Christine's parents enrolled her in a special needs school, hoping that she would learn to speak, read, and write. Christine, who had never spoken a word, caught up quickly with colors, numeracy, and some level of speech. For years, Christine, who had been all the therapies, sketched on old textbooks, loved art and craft, nothing spectacular until the pandemic, 2021, I think. She had a paintbrush and a canvas for the first time. It was discovered that she had a photographic memory, and she could absorb scenes and pictures as well, draw what she saw within a couple of hours on paper. Then she started drawing on canvas, like we saw earlier on, and it was like she's been drawing for years. This is the testimonial of Christine's mom, and intentionally I'm reading it to us as parents. This is not copied from a book written by another person in the UK or in the US or in Canada. This is a lived experience from a parent who has a daughter living with autism and what the art is really helping her to achieve with her quality of life. She has had a series of art exhibitions in terraculture, and I think she's been signed up in other places as well. And for me, this shows, how the arts has really helped her to integrate, find a voice, find a place, find expression, living her best life, even though she's living with something. It's not about what she's living with, it's about what she's living in the presence. She's living her best life, expressing her joy through the art. The second person I'm sure many of us are familiar with is Ziza, who is a 14-year-old Nigerian teen artist. Again, this works that you see here was done by a 14-year-old Caesar. Please, let's clap for him, everyone, please. According to Caesar's mom, in her own voice, she said, I believe art helped him manage his emotions better. It was completely non-verbal at some point, which made him angry because he struggled to communicate his wants and needs. Art gave him a way out, a way of expression. With art, his communication definitely got better. It was a way to distress, and I would say slowly became his happy place. The art became his happy place. You hear him humming a tune, smiling when sketching or painting. His go-to activity. Art helps him to keep his mind engaged, and you can tell he enjoys it because he can sketch and paint all day. Art helps him to focus in a moment. Art has enhanced his imaginative skills. You can tell he's calmer, focused, and happy when he's creating. Then let's go to Ghana very quickly. So this is a lived experience of another girl, 11-year-old girl in Ghana, in Accra, Ghana. And then I'm going to be telling this from the story from the voice of the teacher. Now we move from the parent now to the voice of a teacher. So her name is Ama Amposa, based in Accra, Ghana. Ama was diagnosed with autism in July 2016. That's Amma and her teacher. Look at that beautiful paintings there. And then, so the first 3 months were very, very challenging for them. Amma would throw intense tantrum and pounce intensely on her mother, and anyone would try to engage her in anything. This was so different during my art classes with her. She would pounce on me multiple times during classes, even for doing as she liked. So these are Amma's challenges as highlighted by our teacher. She could not be placed in mainstream education and therefore had to be schooled in special needs classroom. She has difficulties in taking instructions. She could not even focus on any activity or study more than 5 minutes. Amma could cry to transform for hours, even pounce on people. She could not initiate play. She was mostly emotionless. You know, she had an addiction to the screen, TV and phone. Now, Amma takes instruction in and outside the class. She's able to sit for an art class for 3 hours stretch. 3 hours. 3 hours. Let's clap for the teacher, please. Yeah, very important. With 30 minutes break in between for 3 times weekly. So she does art 9 hours weekly. We will see the result of that. Just follow me. Amma, who used to cry to transform for hours, now goes for months without having an episode. And even when she does have, it's within 10 minutes, she's calm. Amma's habit of pouncing in people has drastically reduced. We say on the scale of 1 to 10, it went from a 10 to a 2. Please, let's clap for the teacher again, please. Amma went from being the girl who would draw small 1-inch random faces on any sheet of paper she saw around to make artwork that is 4 feet. Now she's making artwork as big as 4 by 3 feet. Amma, who couldn't initiate plays, now goofy. Mischievous, funny, and fun girl in the class. She's now more expressive with her emotions, and her art classes are filled with her kissing and hugging me multiple times. Amma, who was categorized as a non-verbal autistic, now uses her word more in and outside the classroom. She has grown a receptiveness to education, learning math, spelling words, using art. Amma has also begun experiencing the outside world more socially. She goes for art exhibition and has experienced doing real-time projects of painting mirrors on site with me. Amma now does community work, even though she's 11-year-old. Many of us are grown up, we have never done anything for our country. Here is a girl, 11-year-old girl in Ghana, doing something in our community, even though she's living with autism. Right. This is what Amma's artworks look like before she started the art class. These are the new works. Stand up and clap, not this one that you are doing. Stand up! What are you doing? Stand up. Easy. Stand up. You are not doing it for me. You're doing it for the teacher. You clap for the teacher, clap for Amma. Look at this. And look at this. Please have your seat. So we are not quoting a book written by one white man in Canada. We are talking about our own here on the continent of Africa and what we are doing. So here, we are here to talk about what we're doing on the continent and what GT Bank is doing. Please, let's give it to GT Bank, everyone. Incredible works. Incredible. Wow. Clap if you want to clap. From this to this to this. Can you beat that? Some of us can't even draw a circle. We'll struggle 3 hours struggling to draw a circle. Don't worry. I can give you my card after the session. Don't worry. Just employ me. So gradually as months passed, the number of tantrums in the class started reducing and even our everyday life. 2 years in, we found our reading and our classes began improving our general temperament and disposition. The therapeutic nature of art has helped Amma and has brought so much stability to our emotion, which has improved our general emotional state and well-being, and by extension prepared her to be receptive to other important things like education and partner growth, development as a whole. Amma and a art teacher. So that is our art teacher in Accra, Ghana. Her name is Doris Komla. Please let's give it to her, everyone. So if you are working in a school as a teacher, think about this story today, what you can do. You are not employed just to be paid. Think about the difference you can make in the life of the children. And a few things I want to leave with us before I leave this stage today. The artistic process is more important than the end product. So if you have a child that is painting, don't try to like, oh, that child has to become another Caesar or become another Christian or become another Amma. That is not the goal. Stop pressuring them. Was it told me that said it yesterday about communication and all of that? So we say so many things at the same time and we're trying to mold our children to other children. You cannot do that. Let them live their own way. So don't rush the process. So the second one is the therapeutic potential of art in autism is progressive. It's endless. The third one is the goal of art therapy for children with autism is not to mold them into superstars. They're not to become another Picasso. That's not the goal. Stop pressuring them. So the art enables their quality of life. So understand your child's needs, preferences when it comes to art. Just try to understand what really fascinates them, what really brings them joy, and what makes them to be very calm. And I would say keep experimenting, keep a journal, and build a portfolio for your child's works. Measure the progress. Practical step for parents. Start very small. Ah, Mr. Kunle has spoken today. I saw that. Oh yeah, no, calm down. Tonya said it yesterday. She said, get a crayon. Just start from that. Get a sketch pad. Just start very small. I mean, just like Amma started, we saw the drawing, and now we're seeing the progress. So number 2, engage the service of a trained art therapist or a professional artist working in the field of special education, maybe particularly with children with autism. So it's not just randomly saying, okay, well, let me go employ any art teacher. You have to be very intentional about the person you employ to support your child in his journey or in our journey. Experiment, find out what your child is interested in. Introduce your child to a wide range of art activities and events. Don't rush the process. Observe, engage, and keep engaging. Conclusion. Art unlocks the doors of self-expression and self-actualization closed by autism. Art unlocks, it opens that door like we saw with Amma, with Christine, with Ziza. Amazing. What a beautiful word. Art has no destination. Let your child enjoy the journey of self-expression. So there's no hand. Say, no, they will keep growing. They will keep getting better. Thanks for listening, everyone. So I don't know if we do have questions. The MC is coming, sorry. See many hands up. All right. The MC, please.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much, sir. Please, I want to ask the question, what of a child with autism? He doesn't like holding pencil to write or to draw anything, but he likes singing.
Yeah.
Any song you just release, before the next 5 minutes, he will say it offhand without anything. So what aspect do we channel such a child?
What aspect of what?
What part do we push such a child? He likes singing but doesn't like...
You've answered the question already. The child loves singing. Why do you want to force the child to draw? Let the child sing. So probably you get an instrumentalist or a music artist who can come home and, you'll be shocked that the child will start learning how to play even musical instruments because already you can realize that music is our thing. So I would just say, just follow that process. Like it was said yesterday, never introduce something new to a child with autism without having a conversation. You are going to create chaos. So if your child loves music, stay there. Who knows, maybe she's going to become another I don't even know what name to mention now. I know many superstars in Nigeria today, the Afrobeat and all of that. Our children can become anything we want them to become once we support them. So let your child continue to learn music, enjoy the music. Like I said, don't rush the process. Let the child enjoy the journey. There's no destination. It's just a process. And it's continuous. It's progressive. Enjoy it. All right. Okay, next, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Motolani. I'm a psychotherapeutic yoga teacher. And thank you for your contribution today, for your sharing. I just want to ask about the place of yoga in helping people with autism. We've been here since yesterday, and we've had discussion. We've had several discussion about giving opportunities and aid to people to cope with autism and all that. So I would like to know, because in all of this discussion, there hasn't been any mention about yoga and stuff like that. So I'd like to know the place of yoga and having this discussion and creating spaces for this type of discussion and introducing yoga in therapy and for help for people living with autism.
So I didn't hear that question very well, please. So you need to be audible a bit.
Okay, I said that I am a yoga teacher, a psychotherapeutic yoga teacher.
You are a yoga teacher?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I hear that.
All right. So I'm asking that in all of this discussion we've had since yesterday, and there's been talks about therapy and all that to help people living with autism. So I'm asking for the space of yoga in creating opportunities for people to self-regulate, to help cope with autism and all that, and how we can create spaces to have this conversation to include yoga as opportunities to help people living with autism.
I hear you. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. Yeah, so one of the things probably you want to do is to probably do a research. You want to introduce something, read about it. And then probably maybe if you have in your church or in your mosque or in the community where you find yourself, talk to a parent. This is what I do. Do you mind if I have a session with your child? And I said earlier on, start small. It could be start with a child. Right, so that's what I would just say, find the community where you can engage what you have consent, have conversation, try, do something. If it works, fine. If it doesn't work, don't rush it. Go do your homework and do it more and more, then come back. All right? More hands are up, please. Yeah.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning.
Yes, standing on the existing protocol. And by name, Ogunlo Samuel. I'm glad to get the information you gave us concerning AMA.
Yeah.
But I'll be glad to find out something. We've been dealing with children with autism for some time now. There are some of them with severe conditions whereby if you even want to relate with them or you want to educate them on one or two things, it will be very difficult. I want to know how they really achieved that thing they did. From 5 minutes to 3 hours. Because this thing is not just theory.
Yeah.
We know what we face a lot. I know what, because at times I worked with one of the child sometimes ago from morning up to 4 hours. The boy will be there crying from morning till evening. You will not even know what is going on. You try to talk to this boy, what is this? You introduce food, introduce different kind of thing, game, different things, but this boy will not respond. So what can we do? How did they help Hama? From 5 minutes to 3 hours. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm not the teacher. Right, I mentioned Doris Komla, based in Ghana. Right. I think it takes a lot of process and it takes time. Again, if you were here yesterday, it was said in terms of communication. Is the child ready for what you really want to do, or you want to just do what you want to do? So if the child is not ready, you're trying to force the child to do, then there will be a reaction, right? So if the child is not really settled, and then maybe the only thing you can do will be just to observe and see other things that you can really engage the child on. It might not be art, it might be something else. I would say that everything about art therapy, I would look at it from the lens of collaboration across disciplines. So it's not just about the artist. You have the speech therapists, you have the occupational therapists, you have all other therapists. So it's not just one person, there are other people within that spectrum who are really like bringing in their support, their professionalism. At the end of the day, it's more like it takes a village to raise a child. So it takes a village to support children living with autism. It's not just the artist alone. The parents, the therapist. It's everyone's job. Right. So I'm not Alma's teacher, and then I'm not theirs, but she gave us this report of the lived experience of Alma. So what I will tell you is that child will not continue that way. So you might need to engage that child maybe with the help of another therapist, and then in the long run, the child might get better. All right.
Hello?
I think we should come to the center. We've had the, okay, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I am Olaumi Fakoya. I really want to thank GTB for this initiative, for lending a voice to people living with autism. I have one that I'm tending to. I don't know. I'm just a business owner. I don't teach them. I'm not a doctor. But there's this very particular one that comes. There's a church near my factory. They hold service every Wednesday morning. And then this person in question comes. He comes to stay in front of the gate of the church. So as soon as they finish service, himself with these outside beggars, they will be begging. So the very first day I saw him, I called him. He's a Yoruba guy. I said, come. So I gave him some things, some of my products, and I instructed my workers that even if I'm not around, if he comes, they should give him. He comes every Wednesday. So one day I engaged him and I told him, don't you wish to learn a trade or to learn a skill? You know, so he said he wishes, and he said he will be learning fashion designing, tailoring. So each time he comes, if I'm not there, was even a day he came, they didn't tell me, I scolded them. So my question now is, I found out that if I give him anything, he will take it back to the outside beggars. He will share everything there. I mean, I actually wanted him to take it home and use it for like a week before the following week. He will share it right there and then with the beggars. So how do you think I can dissociate him? Because you said now that we should not introduce something new. He has been used to that. How do you think I can dissociate him from coming to stay there to beg and face the skill he's learning?
I know we have behavioral therapists in the house, right? So, yeah. So, it was seated here before. Does anybody want to help with that? Do you want to help? Whitney, do you want to help? Okay. Tommy, please. Give the mic to Tommy. Oh, yeah, please give it to her. I told you it takes a village to raise a child, so the question is not for me alone, it's for them.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. First, are you sure it's autistic? And when you want to change behaviors, you replace behaviors. So why does it do what he does? There's something he benefits from doing that, right? So why? You need to find out the why. Is it because he likes to give? You want him to use the products for himself? Yes, please. I can barely hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
It was okay.
All right.
It's because the people that give them money, they are always in front of the church together, so they give them all. So, and they go in groups. And I see that it's younger. These beggars, they are, old. And so I've been trying to dissociate him, but immediately you give him that thing, instead of him to go home with it and, he will go and share immediately right in my presence. And then I don't like the idea of him coming to beg. I'm not saying sharing is not good. What I'm saying is that the idea of him coming there to stay and beg, since I have told him he's learning a skill, that's what I don't like. So how do I detach him from doing that?
Okay. There is, I remember that Whitney talked about the functions of behavior. There is a reason it does it. There's something it gets from doing it. And until you know that reason, you cannot dissociate. Do you understand? Until you know what he benefits. If it's, he loves to give, perhaps you can channel that into something else.
Yep.
Right? But you really do need to know the why. Okay?
Yeah, time up, please. So I will probably just take this last one, and then we can make progress immediately. I'm
So,
sorry.
hi, Mr. Duyile. Here. Hi.
I was still time up. I'm sorry. I don't want them to bounce me off the stage. So, okay?
Well, a quick one. So, first of all, thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Shegun Oni, and I'm the founder of the Children's Art Gallery. I think I wanted to make the point that whilst you said that people need to enjoy the process, I think as we saw in the drama, it was very helpful to Tobe once he was told, A, that he was nominated, and B, that he won a prize. So I think also encouraging them and engaging with an end game in mind, because a lot of the kids who are on the spectrum are also watching other kids who are also making achievements with their work. So I want to say that it's also encouraging when you engage and they can see an end game and an outcome from what they're engaging in. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much, everyone, for listening. God bless. If you want to see me with your question, I will be at the back, and then we can respond to it.
Hold on. Mike.
All right, if you're excited, make some noise right now. If you're wondering where I've been here with Chioma Chukwuka. If you love Chioma Chukwuka, make some noise. Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you so much, Chioma. That was wonderful. We're just having a conversation, and you can catch that on our YouTube page for GTCO. All right, autism. All right, we're moving straight to our next speaker. And this next speaker is very unique. He's very unique because he's the first speaker on the stage this year who is actually living with the spectrum. Yeah, you can put your hands together. We're going to have two speakers back to back who are adults living with autism. Now, this next speaker isn't just living with the autism disorder. He has 3 kids who have autism. Right, so he is very well qualified to be on this stage, and he was on this stage last year. He's a self-advocate singer, and he will be speaking on the topic, music as a pathway to communication and connection. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you John Paul Horsley. And John Paul is an artist, a development practitioner by profession. Oh, no, forgive me. That's not John Paul's bio. I was reading someone else's bio. Well, he's also an artist, but a musical artist and teacher who moved into the healthcare sector, working at both the Royal Bethlehem Hospital in London and also at the Jeanette Wallace House with the community mental health teams in Croydon. Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, the world. Welcome, John Paul Horsley.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? It's a pleasure to be here again for the second time in 2 years. So thank you to GT and everybody who organized this for having us back. Thank you so much. I don't actually have the clicker, so I don't know where my presentation is at the moment. I'll just wait. This one? Okay, so last year I had a presentation called The Autistic Dad, which was basically telling you about myself and my experience with my children and stuff like that. This time I wanted to focus my story on my youngest child. So again, it's not a very educational speech. It's more of a, personal chat, if you will. Still waiting for the thing to come on, so I'll just wait. Sing a song. Oh my days. I know, right? I need some music in order to sing a song. I haven't brought my equipment like that just yet, but yeah. But it's an absolute pleasure to be here in Lagos again, and obviously speaking on a subject that is very close to my heart, which is autism. So thank you all for coming out. It's awesome to see you all, definitely. What is OT? That's occupational therapy. So, you know, in jest, it's about getting people to do their day-to-day activities for living independently again, regardless of condition, regardless of, you know, situation. So if someone is, you know, having mental health issues, crisis or whatever, and, you know, has returned to the community, it's my job to get them back to doing the things they love and enjoy doing. So even if it's like things like taking a bath independently, I would help you with bath aids, maybe bath seat, bath stool, whatever it is, so you can do that independently. Sometimes it's about getting into activities. So if you like playing chess, poker, whatever, I would find you like activity centers to go to. I would even join you and, you know, build a rapport with my patients and make sure they're having a good time and enjoying life again. That's what it's all about. Thank you. So it appears that my slides are ready. Let's hope this works. Aha. So this topic is called Raising Taylor the Golden Boy. There's a reason why it's called that. So Taylor was born on December 27th. He was 6 weeks premature. Now, 6 weeks is significantly premature, but it wasn't enough to make me concerned about his brain development or anything like that. I was determined to make sure we had the best outcome for my last born son. And as you can see, we just showered him with love from day one. It was my eldest son that let me know that autism ran in my family. My son is 15 years old and nonverbal. He's profoundly autistic, what I would call classically autistic. So he goes to a special school in London. The school is very good, and he has friends. He, you know, interacts very well with his peers. But again, the thing that stands out for me is he's still very nonverbal. So again, being my firstborn son, when I was having him, I was, of course, a rapper. I was like on TV every day, this, that, and the other. I was expecting for my son to follow in my footsteps. So to be nonverbal was a really big, it's almost like a kick in the teeth for me, you know? Like I was like, I'm determined to make sure you're the next big thing and you're not speaking. What is that about? But I realized through him that speaking is not the most important way to communicate. Communication can happen in various ways, and as long as the parent is watching and the parent is being engaging with the child, you can communicate in various ways. So with Richard Michael, we communicate using sign language. He can write, he can type. Sometimes he just pulls me over to whatever he wants, but I'm able to know exactly what he wants and I'm able to give it to him. So again, I thank my son Richard Michael for giving me the insight into what autism is really about. Moving forward with TJ, my last born son, I was determined to make sure he had all the experience every other child has. So we sent him on holidays. We made sure he was in play groups. We played with him and other kids, so we made sure he was playing appropriately. We didn't just, you know, send him and leave him to it. No, no, no. We, you know, had a good handle on things and made sure that he was playing appropriately. Moving forward, when he started going to school, we noticed that, you know, sometimes the teachers would complain about his behavior. Oh, he wouldn't sit down at all. Oh, he wasn't listening to me. And I was trying to explain, he's probably on the autism spectrum, but we don't know where, and he hasn't been diagnosed as yet. TJ was diagnosed very recently, maybe last year, with autism, so he wasn't in my speech last year, but this year he's very much the focal point. Now, last year, I took part and I contributed on a book called Educational Psychology Perspectives on Supporting Young Autistic People. Having an educational background, I was able to get through to a lot of autistic children in the classroom. I went from teaching full-on classes to just working one-to-one with certain autistic kids, making sure that the areas in which they struggled in, they were getting the appropriate help. So when some of my students were going through the SATs, they outscored the neurotypical children, which I was really proud about, definitely. Thank you very much. But outside of playing and stuff like that with my own son, TJ, I got him to feature in music videos. This is a picture from Ray Black's video called MIA. He was all over that video, so he was very proud of that, and he enjoys being in front of a camera. I think he gets that from me. So now, after being in so many music videos and so forth and so on, being comfortable in front of a camera, he was asked to star in a movie called The Golden Boy. Now, he's already in the press in London. He's getting a lot of good features. He was interviewed. Thank you very much. He was interviewed for the premiere of the film, which is coming out at the end of August, so it will be coming to Nigeria very soon. So I hope you guys support the movie and go out and catch it. But yeah, he's excited, he's so happy, and he continues to progress. Now TJ, he's got more of a social life than I do. And, you know, he's always trying to go to sleep, but like with that being said, he's always interested in the next big thing. What are we gonna do, Dad? What is this? What is that? So I'm always trying to introduce him to new things, not just entertainment stuff. Although he loves his music, he loves acting, he loves playing games and stuff like this, I'm always trying to introduce him to other things, especially like educationally. Like maths has a lot of different angles to it. English has a lot of different angles to it. But as I'm introducing these things, it's always one thing at a time, softly, softly, slowly, slowly. I try to find a game out of it so he's more engaged than usual. Because if you're just teaching an autistic child, oh, 1 + 1 is 1, or 1 + 1 is 2, so go off and do the rest, it's not gonna really work like that. You have to stick with them, show them the value of these numbers, or show them the, what's the word? The technique in order to come to the correct answer, and they will flourish, definitely. Of course, everyone is on, you know, different sides of the spectrum. As I say, my oldest son is 15 and non-verbal. It's difficult for him to understand the value of numbers. It's difficult for him to articulate what is the correct answer, but on paper, he can show you that it works. On paper, TJ can show you that it works. So again, I'm sure that, you know, with time, with enough concentration and focus, the autistic child can, as the person before me said, can become anything they choose to. So I think that's everything. My speech is very short today, but I'm happy to take questions if you're ready to go for it. Thank you. I see hands in the air. There's someone that side needs a microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Earlier you mentioned you're an occupational therapist. Which field do you specialize in?
Sorry, can you...
I said earlier you mentioned you're an occupational therapist.
Yeah.
Which field do you specialize in?
What area do I specialize in?
Yes.
I work in mental health, so I kind of specialize in mental health. But I suppose my reason for becoming a health professional is because of my son's autism. Before that, I was purely a musician. So when my son was initially diagnosed 15 years ago, I quit music in order to focus on the condition because I didn't know what it was. Like, I was diagnosed myself with Asperger's syndrome about 5 years ago now. So I'm still even learning myself, you know. I have lots of questions about who I would have been had I had the correct support when I was a child. And now being an adult, of course, life for me is still very black and white. It's either correct or it's wrong. And when it comes to my children, I try to be as correct as possible. So understanding that, you know, autism is a spectrum disorder. Some people can be profoundly affected, or some people can be high functioning like myself. You know, you have to understand the differences and then apply, you know, the correct form of teaching to your child, but as a individual. Like, I can't teach Richard Michael, my eldest son, the same way I teach TJ. It's two different things.
Okay, so as an occupational therapist, what practical day-to-day intervention do you use with your children that you can recommend to others?
Oh, now that one is easy. So I heard someone saying, what happens if your child doesn't want to hold a pencil? Help him. Like, I was always behind my child. I held the pencil with him. Oh, this is how you draw a face. This is an eye. This is the nose. This is a mouth. My son was so happy with that, you know, he went off and started doing it himself perfectly, you know. So sometimes it's just, you know, additional help. Like, if they're not using their hands in the way that you want them to, hold their hand, help them. Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. John Paul.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, I know being with an autistic child is not very easy.
Mm-hmm.
So do you sometimes get discouraged? And when you do, how do you encourage yourself? Thank you.
Very good question. I never become discouraged. Number one is because they are my children. So why would I ever become angry? Why would I ever become discouraged? Like, having the condition myself, I know exactly how they feel. So when they become, you know, looking like they have anxiety, I will draw back. Like, I don't want you to have a meltdown. Like, we'll stop. You understand? If I'm going too hard on them, I will stop. Like, there's a point where, you know, you can tell if what you're doing is effective or not. And anytime it feels like this is not working, I stop. I find another way to approach the situation and apply that. If that's not working, I'll stop. I'll find another way to approach. But at the end of the day, there's never a time where I can just be frustrated. Like, for instance, when my parents were raising me, I have African parents as well. When my parents was raising me, it was just read your book, read your book. I couldn't read my book all the time. You understand? I wasn't even interested in education. I was interested in music. I was interested in sports. I was interested in other things. But my dad wanted me to be a doctor. My mom wanted me to be a lawyer. Too many decisions to make, right? I said, I don't want that. I want this. So I threw all my eggs in one basket, and luckily I was successful, you know, as a musician. I sold millions of albums. But like, at the end of the day, I'm glad that my parents did push me into education, because now I'm an OT, now I'm a, you know, healthcare worker. So with that being said, I thank my parents very much. But there's an approach to do it, you know, so thank you.
Hi, JP.
Hiya.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
No worries.
I wanted to know, what is your number one advice to a parent who has a child that was recently diagnosed? What is your, like, number one main piece of advice when they first get that diagnosis? Thank you.
Number one piece of advice is to breathe. Autism is not like cancer, for instance. Your child is not going to die anytime soon. In fact, you can live for a long time with autism, as long as anybody else. You know, that one has no, you know, time of expiry. You can live forever as an autistic person. So the first advice I would give is to breathe. Take it easy. Understand who your child is and apply everything tailored to your child. Like, you know, every child is an individual. And as I say, I have 3 children out of 4 who are on the autistic spectrum. 1 profoundly, 2 are pretty high functioning. And like, at the end of the day, I approach all of my children differently, but I love them all the same. So there you go.
Thank you very much,
Thank you
for your presentation.
Uh-huh.
So I have two questions to ask.
Yeah.
One is that, what strategies can caregivers use to continue fostering the benefit of music outside of therapy section, encouraging ongoing communication and connection in individual with autism? Then the second one is, your presentation highlighted the power of rhythm and melody. How do you tailor music therapy approach to suit the sensors, needs, and preference of different individuals with autism?
Okay. So to cover the first part of the question, what strategies can you use in order to have a successful outcome between, I suppose, the caregiver and the maybe parents and stuff like this? I would suggest, like, communication is the key. So between the caregiver and the parent, there must be intricate communication. You must know what works from what does not work. Why does it work for the parent? Why does it not work for the caregiver, or vice versa? So you can mirror each other and have, you know, the best times for that autistic child, or, you know, whoever it is. Moving on to your second question, when you're saying about music, again, every autistic child is not going to pick up music like that. It's not going to be of interest to every single autistic person. The reason why music was interesting to me as a child was I loved the repetition of music. I was one of those autistic kids that would spin and spin and spin to the rhythm of songs and get dizzy until I bust my head open and stuff like that. Yeah. But like at the end of the day, I couldn't live without that repetition. I loved the feeling of getting dizzy. So I would spin. I wouldn't even look. I would just spin until I was gone. And like at the end of the day, some people would say, stop. I wouldn't have stopped. Even if Mike Tyson told me to stop, I wouldn't have done it. I would have continued. And like now, I have the same feeling of euphoria and stuff like that when the crowd is like giving me a round of applause because of my music or whatever is the case. I absolutely love and adore audiences. So again, music being a loud thing, some autistic kids are going to hold their ears, they don't want to hear it. For me, I would turn the radio all the way up. I needed that sound for whatever reason. It resonated deep in my soul, and as I grew up, I knew I needed to become a musician. I needed to be able to create these puzzles from absolute zero. I needed to be able to write lyrics from the heart, but like not really have a subject and stuff like that. So when I'm creating music, it's like having a blank canvas and painting a picture. You know, it's art, but different. Yeah.
All right, we have a question written, and it says, I have not heard any experience about diet from any speaker. So they'd like to know from you, John Paul, if you have any experience, you know, was there any issue with food? Was there any special food diet that helped your children?
I'll tell you what, as an autistic parent and a person that delved into everything as far as autism is concerned, there was one thing that I was listening to, which was gluten-free diet. Yeah, they said, if you put your child on a gluten-free diet, you'll see a turnaround in no time. So my first son, I gave him gluten-free, I think it was bread. He stopped eating bread. Everything I tried to buy that was gluten-free, he wouldn't touch it. Like, he loves food. So I had to, like, think about things and say, you know, it's not going to work for everybody. For some people, gluten-free might be the way forward. But for my children, they just like to eat whatever they see me eating. So they enjoy having McDonald's. They enjoy having Burger King. They enjoy having just normal foods, even jollof and fufu and this and that. They eat it, you know. So it's a good thing, definitely. So not really a dietary suggestion, not from me. I won't go there. I would just say a healthy, balanced diet is the way forward for everybody, autistic or not.
Hello, John Paul.
Hello.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Sarah. It's good to know that an international artist like you could give up your job to do something for your child.
Yeah.
And a lot of us parents that have special needs children special needs children, it's difficult leaving your job. So I want you to please give us a word of encouragement. It's not easy. Being an international artist and you're just doing this for your kid. I personally need it, and I know a lot of us here would like it. Thank you.
Thank you. No worries. Like for me, I'm happy that I'm able to, not only leave my job and stuff like that and look after my children, but I'm also able to come out and hopefully my experience helps you with your children as well. So thank you from me as well.
Yeah, good morning, John.
Good morning.
And well done for opening our eyes to a different way, to attend to autistic children.
Sure.
Yeah, I have two questions. I think one has been answered by you recently now, but I will still ask it.
Sure.
Because it might be another. Yesterday we were taught about neurosensory or neurodivergence.
Yeah.
Talking about specific interests of autistic child.
Yeah.
And using that to get his or her attention.
Yeah.
Were you able to use that for your children, bringing them up? And if yes, how did you do that? Secondly, you were diagnosed to have autism, right?
Yes, correct.
Was your condition profound or mild? Any of it, how did you get out of it to make a good thing out of your life? Thank you.
Okay. So using the child's specific interests could lead you to teach them in other areas. For instance, with my eldest son, when I was teaching him how to draw faces and stuff like that, that's how I got him to learn how to draw the alphabet also. So again, like when I was growing up in the States, there was a system for capital letters and lowercase letters. So I used to draw those lines for my son. And I would draw the alphabet with him and stuff like that until he was able to move forward and do it himself. So that's why my son is able to write and type and understand which letters make what sounds and stuff like that. It's just unfortunate that when he sees a word, he probably can read it, but he can't say it. Yeah. Your second question was about neurodivergence. Come.
Yeah, you have answered that of neurodivergence, by telling how you got your children, to get their behavior out. But the second one is about you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when you were diagnosed to have autism, was it I don't know the condition, whether it was profound or mild or severe.
Okay.
So how did you get out of it to make a good thing out of your life?
So again, I don't think I've ever gotten out of my condition. Like, it's one of those things where I realized at a certain age, maybe I was 10, that closed mouths don't get fed. So if I want something, I have to actually speak about it. I have to articulate myself and make sure that the person who is receiving the comment understands what my needs are. So it was a struggle. I still hate talking to people, but but at the end of the day, I know that if I keep this information to myself, I won't be helping you all. So I'll go through any kind of anxiety in order to help, no doubt. Thank you.
All right, we have a question. Yeah, you can put your hands together. That's all right.
Hey.
We have a question that came in from our overflow hall.
Sure.
And this one says, my son was nonverbal until 5 years. He has a good bank of words, but I struggle to discern his special talent, which I believe every child on the spectrum has. All right. He's very addicted to electronic devices, phones, iPads, and he would usually, get on YouTube, listen to music. However, he never sings. Is there a chance that he's inclined toward an interest in music? And I guess, we want you to address this idea that every child on the spectrum has a special talent.
Sure. More than a special talent, I think every child with autism probably has a special interest. Talents can be worked on and improved on and changed and, whatever over time. But having the initial interest in something is the thing that you need to build on initially. Talent comes like when you have a love for something, you're definitely going to stick to it. But like, how do you improve on somebody's interest? By taking an interest in it as well. Like, if you become, interested as a parent, then the child will think, oh, we have something in common here, let's continue. And that's my suggestion. I can't hear you, sorry.
So let me say I want to ask a personal question.
Sure.
But in line with this, please, if it's not okay by you to say to respond, you might choose not to. But I actually wish to know. Sure. And that is that you said you were diagnosed 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Before you were diagnosed, was there any sign for you? Were you actually having...
Of course.
Was there anything you were going through that made you to go for the test or whatever?
Definitely.
Because I have somebody now that I'm trying to, with all this I've been carrying, the person cannot face, if you want to talk to you,
yeah.
I don't know, there will be a reaction on his face to show that he's not comfortable talking with somebody. So that's why I'm asking this question.
Sure. So, for me, when I was a child, one day I was going to kindergarten for the first day, for instance. My dad said, oh, sit here and be quiet. I'll be back at 3 o'clock. So I sat there until 3 o'clock, quiet, didn't move. Everybody else was running up and down. But for me, my dad had given me some instructions, yeah? I wasn't going to go against him regardless of who's the teacher, who's the head. I don't care. My dad's instruction was everything. If he said, have a normal day, I would have taken it differently. But because he said, sit down, be quiet, I'll be back at 3, I just watched the clock until 3 o'clock came around. It was years until I started speaking in school. I could speak at home, definitely, but again, I was few and far between with words. But like, as I was looking at the other kids and they were like so chaotic to me, I was asking myself, why am I not more like them? What is different about me? What is making me anchored to my seat? And I started seeing the differences between me and the other kids, and I didn't know what it was called. No one would say, oh, he's got autism. I don't think in the 80s, when I was growing up, there was, it wasn't a widespread condition as it is today. Not that, autism didn't exist. We just didn't have a name for it. People would say, oh, mentally retarded or whatever, very rude words. But for me, again, I really knew that I was different, but I thought my difference was positive. I thought that I was the only child that can contain themselves in school. I thought I was the best behaved person, and I was wondering, how come everybody else is different? Maybe there's something wrong with them, not me, kind of thing. Yeah. So, yeah. I was definitely different, and I could see the differences. And I think everybody around me could see the differences, but they didn't know how to, they didn't know what to say or what to call it. They just thought I was very shy.
Can we put our hands together for John Paul Horsley, y'all?
Thank you very much.
You can do better, you can do better! I think it's really wonderful to see an adult living with the spectrum, thriving and doing well. I think that beyond anything is such a great testament to the fact that we can be neurodiverse and still function in society, still be successful, still contribute. So give it up for that gentleman one more time. And to be the father of 3, beautiful kids, and to be able to raise them and direct them, that's so wonderful. All right. I'm sure you really enjoyed that, and I know you're going to enjoy the next speaker because he's also an adult living with autism. He was here last year as well. He was on stage with John Paul, and we had a wonderful conversation. Put your hands together for Remi Olutimai. Remi, you're just going to hold on one second. I'm going to introduce you properly. Remy is going to speak on the topic, finding your voice, creating your pathway. And I'll quickly read his bio. Remy Olutimayin is the first voice director for animation in West African history. He's a writer, voice actor. He teaches voice acting. He has a baritone, a very nice baritone voice. A producer of animation, audiobooks, and documentaries. He's also been part of many memorable projects, and most recently, Nuzo and Namia, the animated series, as well as Ajaka, Lost in Rome. So he's a creative's creative. Ladies and gentlemen, please a warm round of applause as we welcome Remy Olutimayin.
All right, hi. Can you hear me all right? Sorry? All right, so I'm going to start my talk with 2 points. One, yeah, if you had a visceral reaction to that sound, it means you're a Nigerian. My first goal is to understand that I separate pity from my condition. I don't care. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not a person of my age in my space coming forward as neurodivergent. It's almost like a death sentence if you are not good at what you do. Everybody will just find a reason to that's why it's not working. That's why we cannot use this guy. That's why we cannot. So, oh, that's the clicker. Cool. Sorry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you guys through what I call an honest auditing of my professional experience. Because if there's anything that is common to people, even when John Paul was speaking, I could understand. When you talk about validation, the way I understand validation, or the word valid, is a value identified. If the value you are given is not identified, people will not validate you. You're just entertaining. It's just that I was the car radio. Yeah, I was the car radio whenever my friends would hang out in secondary school. I would sit in the back and I would just be, recounting cartoons, doing the voices, doing this thing, doing that thing, doing this, doing that thing, doing this thing. I didn't quite understand. That was how I could get comfortable around them. It helped me to avoid actually having conversations. You entertain people and people don't actually engage you. You get, yeah. All right, so I'm going to start with this. Now, this child, Benjamin Giroux, he wrote this poem. And I understood it. I understood it. I hope you don't mind if I read it. Okay? All right. I am odd. I am new. I wonder if you are too. I hear voices in the air. I see you don't, and that's not fair. I want to not feel blue. I am odd. I am new. I pretend that you are too. I feel like a boy in outer space. I touch the stars and I feel out of place. I worry what others might think. When I cry when people laugh, it makes me shrink. I am odd, I am new. I understand now that so are you. I say I feel like a castaway. I dream of a day that's okay. I try to fit in. I hope that someday I do. I am odd. I am new. Please note something here. I cry when people laugh at me. When I make efforts to contribute and it doesn't quite fit the format, the social format, they will laugh at you. But please understand, if you are a caregiver, if you are a parent, if you are a young person on the spectrum, please understand that laughter is okay. That laughter is not you. That is how they deal with the nervousness of not understanding what you're about. Now, my topic is find your voice, creating your pathway. Please take into consideration, into cognizance, the order of those sentences. Find your voice. Create your pathway. You cannot move forward unless you find your voice. Now, for the fact that I'm a voice director, I want to put that aside. Whatever form of art is makes itself readily available. Please understand that is how you organize your thinking. That's how you organize your thinking. I'm not an occupational therapist. I'm just speaking from my own experience. These were things, I'm going to talk about things that made me calm. Because the journey for me is about understanding the world and what my place is there. That's the journey for me. On the left side, it says implementer. Now, there's a gentleman called Earl Nightingale. This man inspires me. He's late now. He's the first person whose audio book in the 50s sold 1 million copies. It's because of him that the idea of an audio book is viable. And his sayings have been, they've given my spine a bit of calcium when it comes to dealing with work. Now, the first, as an implementer, creativity is a natural extension of enthusiasm. You can interview people who went to primary school with me, who went to secondary school with me, people who went to university with me. When you ask them, what do you remember the most about Remy? I was an above average student, yes. But I loved stories. I loved stories so much. I loved the voices that they would use in the stories. I would love the art in the stories. I would love the expression in the stories. There were even times where I'd even project a story on somebody just to calm myself down. I'll give an interesting example. I was in King's College. I was in Form 5, and I was sitting outside with the other kids. They were a class lower than me. And suddenly I just heard, Kresuman. This is a true story, by the way. And I turned my head into the direction. I was like, which Kresuman? I then turned back, and she was right in my face. And she said, I'm not mad, though. Tell them I'm not mad, though. I was like, okay. I'll tell them. It's not a problem. I'm not mad. It's okay. I promise. I will tell them. They came back and I said, she's not mad. Why didn't you pull me when you ran away? The way I handled that situation, as opposed to, let's be honest, most of you would just panic and run. You don't even know what direction you're heading to, so long as it's not anywhere near that person. I had to use, I can't remember the cartoon series exactly. I just used a cartoon and I just projected it on her. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay. All right, that's cool. For me, the things that I enjoy, where I get my enthusiasm from, is not... Now, you think that stories about just loading information. No. There is a realization that I came to about stories that I'd like to share with you now. Is anybody here named Peter? If you're Peter, you can raise up your hand, whether first name or surname. Is there any Peter? Any John, any Akin, any Toby, any Kunle, any Ajayi, any Ufon? Please understand that when I call that name, I don't know you, but you know the story behind that name for you. Your identity is a story. That is how I understand it. That's how I understand giving what gives life to the work that I do. I first started as a voice as a writer-producer, because I was interested, where do these stories that used to catch my attention, where do they actually come from? What process does it, because I remember I could draw comics. I could draw comics for days in secondary school until my parents had to scare it out of me so I could perform better in my academics. But for all the stories that I drew, for all the stories that I told, for all the poems I wrote, they never got anywhere. I needed to understand why. So the first thing I needed to do is be sure, one, that I'm a good implementer. That where I'm operating from, that's where my enthusiasm is coming from. Not something that I'm doing because people say, this is the way forward. Even at my age, when people try to advise me based on their experience, I don't have confidence in it. Because, sure, how you experience it is valid for you. For you. But if you try and push it on me, the truth is that maybe you are not ready to do it yourself. And you're looking for somebody else to just, well, I'm not that person. I have my voice. Don't use my voice for me. Don't tell me what to do with my voice. I have my voice. I have my voice. The unifier. No individual can get rich except by enriching others. It's not enough, I've come to realize that it's not enough for me to just tell stories. It is also important to make sure that the people around me are okay. When I heard her question about the boy that was sharing with the beggars, there is something that I get from making sure that the people around me, their situation is optimized. Let me put it that way. I could never be a success unless I'd involved other people as well. No, I'm not a millionaire. Well, let's just hope. Let's just hope. But there's a wealth that is beyond money. There are places that I've entered into, people like, oh, you are so and so. Or, even better yet, they've seen my work. I don't have to do much explaining. They're just confident that if Remy is involved, it's done. It's done. Okay, let me see. So I would advise, and this is in line with what the previous speakers have shared with us, get into a line that the person specifically finds to be a deep personal interest. Please, do not fall for that nonsense of, this is what is trending now. I promise you, that thing is nonsense. I promise you, that thing is nonsense. Don't push anybody into what is popular now. If you doubt me, personal experience. My father is an architect and a civil engineer. My mother has a doctorate in education, not PhD or EDD. Lawyer, doctor, engineer. Any other thing is just, it's just punishment. You get, it's not professional. You have to do a professional course. And I won't, all truth be told, my 4 years in chemical engineering helped me. But they did not give any strength to my voice. I could not use it to create my pathway. So I then moved to mass communication. And it was there that I started to understand things like the format of a story, the purpose of a story, why is the story being told, who is the person, who are the people the story is being told to, how do those people understand the world, how do you make it easy for them to shorten the distance between what you're saying and what they understand, how do you reach them to where they are. My career has been on since 2002, just to give you some perspective. Normally in Nigerian universities, you do IT for 1 semester. Please, if it's contrary to your experience, let me know. All right. I did my internship at S1U Sachi and Sachi at the time in 2002. then 2003, then 2004. I went to serve in Cross River State. When I finished serving, they called me back to continue working there. Not because I was a cute kid or I made people laugh. They had identified the value I was giving. And this is something that crossed over from writing to producing. No, as in, every time my hand touched the work, just excellence. Every time I touched the work, it was just excellence. My challenge at the time, however, was that I did not know how to market myself. I didn't know how to market myself. This would then lead to the next slide. Oh, okay, sorry, go back. Good. The communicator. Problems are challenges to creative minds. Without problems, there will be little reason to think at all. You see, you can draw a road, you can plan a road, but before you put the first block or the first drop of tar on the road, you need to recognize what the problems are. The problems, they come in different forms, but one of the most important problems that I discovered after I'd been a fantastic implementer and a fantastic unifier was understanding what is the business. What is a business? My parents had this active fear that I will forever be dependent on the kindness of strangers. No, that is not to diss them in any way. You know, the boy is intelligent, but the boy is, you would see me, I knew the things that made adults comfortable around me. So I would be among the kids, I would ask the right questions, and very few of the adults ever wondered, why is he not really talking with the other kids? So long as, no, he's taking all of the marks. Because I knew this, no matter what the kids said, if I was on the good side of the adults, that's where most of the wahala comes from, really. So if the adults are okay with you, yeah, it's fine. That's your real matter. And for me, when it comes to this, the real matter, the adults, in quotes, were the customers. Look, it's not about, you don't need money to start a business. You need a customer. You need somebody who's going to buy, who's going to identify the value you're giving and then trade value for it. As a communicator, it's now your burden to know how to communicate that value. That is your next work. It's not enough to say, I know how to do this thing. Or yeah, I'm very excellent. Or these people know me. How well do you know yourself to be able to stand forward and then present yourself? There's this horrible imposter syndrome. Maybe I don't know enough. Maybe I'm not using the right words. Look, I had to let that thing go. It was a difficult separation because it was familiar to me. For all the things that were stated on my bio, there are like a ton of other things that I just had to leave out. Those things taught me that, look, you're not measuring up. That false measurement of another person's success or another person's ability, that's that person's business. It's not my business. My business is to know me. What is my voice? What kind of roots can I create with it? Then finally, there's visionary. We all walk in the dark, and each of us must learn to turn on his or her own light. This is the beautiful thing about being a visionary. When you turn on your light, when you discover the road that's in front of you, people will follow. People will follow. Just to do it like a very quick recap, yeah? The last thing that he mentioned, which was the Ajaka Lost in Rome, it was a conjunction between two animation studios, Nigeria and one in Nigeria, one in the US. And when the producer in America was not certain you say do you have a voice director over there? Because, you know, I think you've got. He said, no, we have a voice director. Can I meet him? He said, Remy, do you want to meet this person? I said, sure. So we had a video call. And over the next 40 minutes, I wasn't telling him about my ability. I was not showing him the things that I did. I was not mentioning the people that I've worked with. I was communicating the vision that I understood from the script that he gave. And he just started to calm down. He just started to calm down. These things, I've simplified them the best way that I can. But I would just like to underline it before I open up for questions by this. Your ego has no business leading you. So if you feel like, no, it's supposed to, please leave it alone. No. Leave it alone. The strength of your ego is based on the past. Meanwhile, your future is still unfolding in front of you. So just let that one go. Just let it go. Just let it go. That's the first one. The second one is this. You really don't have enemies. Your real enemy is who you were yesterday. That's who you are competing with. Don't forget, people can come around and be saying things to your face, your back. Do not see, more power to them. Yes, God bless you. If you choose to use your energy on me instead of yourself, well done. Well done to you. Me, I'm not engaging in that too. There's where I'm going, and I'm going to get there. That's it. That's it. So I'm going to open up for questions now, but thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Every time I get up here, there's a taste of courage in my mouth. I get a taste of courage in my mouth. Because, like I said, to come forward and say this at this age is like painting a target on your back. They're like, I was suspecting. Should we? And for me, it's a case of, look, if I can understand your vision, let's do it. If you have other reasons, I know it's not because I'm poor at communicating or I'm poor at implementing. If you have personal reasons, that's fine, no problem. It's not my job to convince you. It's my job to just show that, look, I'm good at this. I can do this well. My Asperger's, all that stuff, that's my own strength, but I'm the one that uses it, not you. Yeah. All right, so any questions, please? Let me put this down before I start playing with it. It's so cool. I'm sorry, I can't carry the microphone to you. Or I can ask someone to send the microphone to you. Is there anyone? Wow, okay. No, not okay. I know, I don't have money to buy a microphone, no. Okay, so.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Yeah. My name is Adebola Adejobi.
Okay.
And I want to say, when I see you talking, I see a mentor, a role model, someone I would love to be like in the future. So, for my first question, actually, I wanted to ask, what was your greatest challenge in finding a job in Nigeria? Thank you.
All right, so thank you for your kind words. God bless you. The greatest challenge in finding a job was getting people not to meet me first. You have not had a long, rambling conversation until you sat down with someone with Asperger's. You think you've had one? No. I can sit down and I remember it was an interview for a radio station, and they had to bring in a recruiter from England, and he sat down with me. This man gave me, this is even before I realized what it was. He didn't know how to tell me that was what it was. He just said, because in my mind, I'm like, I can talk for hours now, I'm great for radio, I'm good for this. He said, I don't think you'll be good for this, for the position of an OAP. I was like, why? He said, you've got a way of talking that doesn't fit. So that thing gave me a headache for like 6 months. But you know, thank God for growth. The first challenge in getting a job is just making sure that people see the ability first, not the person. In fact, it's one of the reasons why I've actually appreciated the idea of remote jobs. This is not about hiding. This is not about hiding. I can tell you firsthand, there are people here who can tell you firsthand the visceral reactions to different. It will hijack reason. It will hijack. I mean, you can tell that they're trying to be. As soon as someone is trying to be humane, I know it has happened. No, I just know. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. They become self-aware. Even the way they are talking is a bit stilted. When they were talking like this before, now they're like, so I'm just. So that's the first thing. The second thing is to actually have what I would call your portfolio. Evidence that your work has been commercially accepted, or at least accepted in that your space. People can argue with conversation, they can't argue with what is written down. My portfolio is huge. But that was what, I didn't expect it to be this size at this time, but when I started, I just knew that, look, the people who can bear with me, I'll do great jobs with them. I'm not asking for recommendations. Just put my name or my credit, or be a reference. And I didn't spend my time trying to count. You do it, you get it done, and bank it. You do it, get it done, bank it. Do it, get it done, bank it. And please understand that when that big job that you are looking for, that big thing that will push you through, it is looking for you already. It is looking for you already. In 2015, there was a lady called Naomi Lucas, who I have to thank because she was visionary in understanding this. She created something called it was tagged Africa's Biggest Book Project. It was an audio book with a cast of 55 people. Only 3 of them had professional experience speaking, as narrators and things like that. Everybody else was carried from different walks of life to read chapters that mirrored their experiences. And she asked me to come in and voice direct them. This is voice directing 52 people. Morning, night. People who may have speech impediment, people who are self-conscious in front of the microphone, things like that. But thanks to the implementation thing that I've been grinding away at since 2002, I got the job done. My favorite picture till date was by Unye Ubanatu, who was covering that thing. And that picture, when I see that picture, I realize, you know what, that is me. I have if you are studying scripts, typically someone is studying a script now, they'll have it in their hands. I had torn the scripts, separated the pages, I put them on the floor. And I sat down and I was just staring at them. To you, I'm staring at them. To me, I'm looking at syntax, I'm looking at breathing patterns, I'm looking at things to anticipate with the next narrator. These are people I have just met that day, and we should be done in 2 hours with their chapter, and we get done. So please understand, it is looking for you. It is looking for you. So just keep doing well at what you're doing. Just keep doing well at what you're doing. Okay? Yes.
Unfortunately, we have completely run out of time. We're so sorry. And we know you guys are enjoying this, yeah.
No, I'm the one that spoiled it. I'm so sorry. Like I said, you've not had a long rambling conversation until you've talked with one of us, and we're just opening our hearts, and you just everywhere. So thank you for your patience with me. If you do want to speak with me later, please don't be shy. I don't bite, and my goal right now is to make at my age, I'm old Leah, you know. No, seriously. Kids from the 80s, 90s, nobody cared. It's either you fit or they will remove you from circulation. You know, so it's the people who are coming up right now. The people who are coming up right now. Whatever you need, however I can help, I will do it. No, nobody was there for me. I had to figure it out myself. So whatever it is I can do, that can push for, because your life is valid. Don't let anybody question your value. All right, thank you.
Man, that was real talk. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Brother Rams. That was special. That was special. Thank you so much, Remi Olutimai. You guys really enjoy that. I enjoy that. Yeah, that was wonderful. All right, we're making progress. Just before we call our next speaker, we want to again thank our government officials. Yesterday we had officials from the Ministry of Health and from the Ministry of Education. Today we have government officials from the Ministry of Youth and Social Development and the Child Development Department. So can we just welcome them and thank them with a round of applause. We have Mrs. Obilana, Ms. Agoro Oluwakemi, Mr. Okubanjo, as well as Mrs. Odukoya, who's also representing the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Youth and Social Development. I want to thank Lagos State Government for continuing to identify with this community and continue to do all the good work to make the community thrive. All right, our next speaker is no one other than Osezuzi Boledeoku. She is an international behavior analyst and qualified autism services practitioner and founder CEO of FOS ABA Center and Creative Hub, an inclusive creative center that helps to nurture creativity, social skills, emotional intelligence, and other practical skills that all children need to succeed and thrive in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please a warm round of applause for Sezuzi Bolodoku, who will be speaking on art and music in education best practices. Put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. This is my first time here, so be kind. Seems like today is about the creative. We've had someone speak on arts, we have someone speak on music, and then we had Remi talk about his experience, his life experience, and it's been amazing. I actually told the guy that spoke on arts that you took a part of my slide. So today I will just be sharing a story. I'm first and foremost a teacher. I like an interactive classroom. So I'll be sharing a story. It's a personal story. It's a story of my son. My son, I have a set of twins. They came quite early. They came premature. They're very anxious to come to the world, and they came early. When they came early, my son is a boy and a girl. My son was good. He didn't stay in the NICU. The NICU is the NICU for children. He didn't stay there for long. But my daughter did. But the doctor kept telling me I would keep an eye on the boy. And being a Nigerian mom and a religious mom, I was like, God forbid, I will keep an eye on the boy. Why do I need to keep an eye on my child? And she said that, oh, he didn't have any he didn't have any struggles in the womb because my daughter was the one struggling to get food. My son was chilled. So just keep an eye on him, his developmental milestones and all that. I was like, okay. And at that time, I was a classroom teacher in an inclusive school. So I somewhat had an idea of neurodevelopmental delay disorders, autism and all that. And indeed, I did keep an eye on him. So now, let me start by... My slides, is it ready? Is someone going to help me? No, that's not mine. Oh, that's mine. But that wasn't the color I used. Okay, and I'll be talking on arts and music in education, best practices. And I'm using my son and other children I work with as my examples. Yes, the story is Kale's story, and I deliberately chose anime because my children are fascinated with anime, and that's what I like anime as well. So let me continue my story. Before intervention, like my son was born, indeed there were some delays, but they were not quite significant. Yes, my daughter was doing better than my son when it came to meeting the developmental milestones. But at 17 months, when he started to work, he started working on tippy toes. And before then, he would hardly respond to his name. Being the proactive person I am, I'll go to the same unit in school and say, he's not doing this. They'll be like, oh my God, this my own is too much. He is fine. I'll take him to the hospital. Doctor said everything was fine. That was what everyone told me. But I knew that something was not quite right. When he started working on tippy toes, I wasn't an experienced, I was just a mom. I didn't have any experiences with special needs. So I thought, what can I do? I got a physiotherapist. I don't know what a physiotherapist has to do with sensory needs, with what I know now, but hey, I got a physiotherapist, I did something. Yes, it worked. Fast forward to when it turned 4. His preschool head of school called me and said, oh, your child would need support. And we noticed that, these are some of the symptoms and features that he was showing us at that time. You can see the TP2. Sometimes he wouldn't respond to his name, covering his ears, trying to approach friends, but in a quite aggressive way. Now I know that he was trying to initiate play. Then I did not know, but people just thought he was rough. So fast forward to 4, the teacher said he would need extra support. And then she said something which was like life-changing for me. She said, I noticed that every day after assembly, he goes to the keyboard master, like he goes to the music teacher, and he's trying to play the keyboard. That was when I got a keyboard, and I got a music teacher. As soon as this boy started music lessons, and he started playing the piano, he fell in love with the piano. His speech became clearer. His attention improved. Right now, I would like to pause and play a video of him playing. Can we play the video, please? Composed himself. He did this himself. much. Thank you. My son right now is 10 years, right? He did not get a formal diagnosis until he was 8. So imagine I waited. For everything I saw as a parent, I'm here to speak to parents, I'm here to speak to educators, I'm here to speak to caregivers. I don't want us to label, let's not call it anything, but for everything you see with your child, especially at the very young age, why don't you give them the support? Because as a clinician, I sit in my office and I hear parents say that, oh, it is something that happens in the father's family, I would like for us to wait, and you keep waiting. The more you delay, the more delayed that child would be. So for everything that you see, everything, why don't we just give them that support so they are not speaking clearly, right? They are not vocalizing. They're communicating, but they're not vocalizing. What can you do? What are the practical things you can do? Let me tell you what we do and what I do and what I encourage you to do using the creative. So you don't know what your child will be inclined to doing, right? And these children, trust me, they change their minds all the time. I remember something funny. I remember when my son was 5 and we asked what he wanted to be. He said he wanted to be a security guard. My husband was livid, like, security guard? So why would your son say after paying school fees he wants to be a security guard? And I told my husband, don't worry, it will change his mind. It will keep changing. They keep changing their minds. But what you can do is you expose them to the environment. You expose them to an environment where they can explore and they can find what they like. So in the environment where I am and where I raised my son, I modified it in such a way that we have different music instruments. I got a choreographer. Okay. Another thing, my son had, he was what you call clumsy child, right? He wasn't very well coordinated. Before he moves one way, he falls. I remember my driver then, they used to call him Ole. And I know Ole is not a very good word, and I didn't like it. Ole is a Yoruba word for yes, and I didn't quite like it. So I said, okay, what do? I got a choreographer. I don't know what a choreographer, let him learn to dance. When he knows to dance, he'll be well coordinated. Guess what? He still doesn't dance. It's fine. It's not a battle I want to continue, but I mean, it helped him acquire social skills because all the children came to the dance sessions with him, and this helped with his communication. This helped him to initiate play in a more appropriate way. I modified, let me take it back. I modified the environment in such a way that the child had access. My kids could lead, they could pick up anything and just pick up, even if not music instruments. Do you know they can pick up empty tins of milk, empty tins of whatever you've used at home and start beating it and making rhythm out of it. And then you know that that child is interested in such a thing. And in that, you can start nurturing. And how do you nurture? When you see that interest is there, if you can afford it, get a teacher. If you do your research, you get a teacher to help them to develop the skill and nurture the skill. Okay? Answer me, please. So, when my son turned 8, right, and we got the diagnosis, right, and because at this point, you know, because I've been a classroom teacher, I know teachers are amazing. They have such a large dose of empathy. Okay? They have such a large dose of empathy, like I was saying, and they would want to help every child. But guess what? Some things it's not about the willpower. The child just cannot. So a child that is moving all over, that can't sit down, of course, most kids can't. I know that the attention span is supposed to be your age times 2. if a child is 4, they are not supposed to pay attention for more than 8 to 12 minutes, right? So children are not even meant to sit the way we are sitting, but in cases where the child has a neurodevelopmental, I don't like to say disorder, in the case where the child is different, it's even worse, and it starts to affect learning. So, when you see that, you really cannot help that child. No matter how much you say, oh, KO, sit, KO, you can do it, KO, you can, there are some things that the child would require, some sort of intervention the child would require to do that. We cannot take the place of a formal diagnosis and an appropriate intervention for your child. We cannot take it out, in as much as we're trying to do other things. These are things you can do by yourself as a parent or a caregiver or a teacher, but you cannot take the place of a formal intervention out. We'll continue. So when my child was 8 years old, we noticed that, yes, there's some impulsive, really impulsive behaviors. And this affected learning. This affected relationship with his peers in the classroom. At this point, he had gotten the diagnosis. At this point, he had his team of experts working with him. And at that point, comprehension increased. He was still doing his activities. I think that's not the right slide. Yes. He was still doing his activities, but at that point, this music he did, coding he did, arts he did, they then became reinforcers. They then became a source of reinforcer for him to do other things, for him to get better at his comprehension, better with his maths, better with reading. And I know that for us, okay, when I say reinforcer or reinforcement, my idea of reinforcement when I was in the classroom is totally different from what I know it to be as a behavior analyst. And let me quickly explain what a reinforcer is. A reinforcer is that thing in your environment, we call it a stimuli, but that thing in your environment that would help you increase the future occurrence of a behavior. So you are looking at a child reading more. You want to place something or remove something for the child to read more. That's pretty much what reinforcer is. And positive reinforcer, negative reinforcer, they are meant to increase behaviors, not that negative reinforcer reduces behavior. No. As a classroom teacher, I always thought negative reinforcer would, no. Anything reinforcing is meant to increase the behavior. So at this point, we now use those, we use music, we use chess, we use arts as reinforcer for him. I heard a parent asking earlier on, someone asking how you can, if your child wants to just stay in front of the laptop, they just want to play games, they just want to do certain things, how do you manage that? That can be a reinforcer. There's something else we do as behavior analysts, we call it Primark principle, grandma's rule. You do this, then you get this. You finish doing my own, though. Then you go and do your own. And when these rules have been spoken, have been talked about, you have agreed upon these rules, it's easier for you to follow them and see them through, right? So you need to get the children involved, especially when the kids are older kids. You need to get them involved that these are the things I expect of you to do. And when you do these things, you get this thing. Right now, music is a major reinforcer for my child. And with music, every time he gets back from school, he just wants to go and play piano. Now he says that, oh, I want to regulate myself. He says it himself. Like, I felt like punching someone in school, and I said that I want to go to the music room to play. I'm not a music therapist, but I know that it's an emerging evidence-based therapy for individuals. But let's even look at it in the in a layman's term now. I know that music opens different new pathways, learning pathways in the brain. So it gives them new learning experiences, and it comes, and when you play music, you're calmer. Wait, that works for me. Does it work for you? Thank you for answering. So when a child likes something, even if it's not music, no matter what that thing is, that thing can be reinforcing and can become a reinforcer for what you want them to do. They don't have to be so fixated in doing something and you're worried about it. But oftentimes I see that it's so much work for us adults. We complain about these kids, that they are doing this, they are doing that. But we know that if we really want them to do certain things, we ourselves have to get involved. And that's work for us. So can we think about that too? We have to put in the work. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you for clapping, even if it's one person. So, yes, now my son has grown from that boy that used to be like the child that other children in his preschool, other children used to run away from. Now he's not really social. Trust me, in his school, everyone knows him. He's such a social being. Like, he has a sense of belonging. He's been empowered with his ability to play the piano. He'll tell me, Mommy, I've done something. I can play something that I can close my eyes to do it. That's such an empowering feeling for a child. Who wouldn't want to give their child that? What the creative does at the center, we have swimming, we have gymnastics, we have music, we have dance, and we realize that in the classroom, even if you're doing differentiated learning, you have all the multiple intelligence in place in your learning, in your lesson plan and all that. But it's still difficult for you to achieve inclusion when you have children of different abilities in your classroom. However, when it's music, when it's the creative, it's easier. Because then it's a level playing ground for everyone to just come. And in as much as we're trying to help our children, like the children we work with, acquire skills that would help them navigate this world and help them feel accepted in a world that we don't quite know if the world is ready to accommodate them. We want the neurotypicals, and that's why I like your book, Solape. I really like the perspective you came from. We want the neurotypical children to understand that our brains are different. We are all so different. So whereas we are trying to do this with the neurodivergent individuals, the neurotypical individuals as well need to understand that we are also different. And that's what we do at FOSS, and that's what we do with the children we work with. Continue. I'm enjoying myself. Communication skills a lot better. And let me talk about motor skill. Let me talk about our motors. I know that with the piano, you need your fingers. And I remember the piano teacher telling me something about dexterity of the hands. So you need your fingers. And as soon as he started playing the piano, when he turned 4, the chronological age for writing is 4, because some parents get worried at 3 that my child is not writing, my child is not doing this. Don't worry about it. If you go to a thick forest and you see a bushman, like a 60-year-old bushman, you give him a pen and a paper to copy something, he will copy it. Why? Because his hands are strong enough to do that. So from 4 years, children, they know to write. However, my child, when he was 4, when he writes, you don't know. When he was 5, 6, you don't know if his Greek is writing, if his Arabic is writing. You really do not know. But with time, music, this dexterity of the whatever fingers became finer. Music helped him to achieve a clearer handwriting. Yes, the handwriting is still something, but I choose my battles. The battle I've dropped, he can type. We're good. With music, with the creative, children learn turns taken. My turn, your turn. They learn to do, there's a video I sent to a parent, and the parent is just here. I hope I have permission to talk about. And her child was telling another child, like, they were supposed to do something, like play with, I think play with one of those toy cars. And another child was sitting on the toy car, and the child actually waited, her daughter actually waited, I'll wait for my turn. Do you know what it is to teach these children turns taking? There's something we call perspective taking, theory of the frame of the mind, where it is just about my word, it's just about me. And teaching these children to understand that, okay, it's not my turn now, I would wait. That's amazing. And you can use the creative to achieve that as well. Yeah. Cooperative play. So, I think I mentioned that. I don't like talking about this. But cooperative play, go back. Cooperative play is what we call shared enjoyment. You know, we can both be standing here and sitting right side by side, and we're both playing, but we're not playing with ourselves. Everybody's looking at me right now, but it's not like you're sitting close to yourselves, but you're not really engaging yourselves, right? There's something called shared enjoyment. Shared enjoyment is we're doing it together. It's like maybe we're kicking the ball. I kick to you, you kick to me. It's my turn to, I spy this. Your turn, what do you spy? So cooperative play, we play together. The creative can achieve that for you. With things like gymnastics, you can do that. With things like arts, because I'm not really talking about arts because I don't know what else to say after he finished talking about art. So, but with arts, you can actually do that as well. Children will learn to have like joint sessions and cooperate and play together. Eye contact is not something for everyone. For some children, it really is a matter of sensory overload, and you don't want to push that. If they really cannot achieve that, why do you want to go on and on to try and tell them eye contact? No. So I don't want to go into that. I've talked about joint attention. I've talked about learning adaptive skills from peers. Oh yes, learning adaptive skills from peers. When they're in that creative environment, because it's a level playing field, they learn off each other. And because it's not just a neurodivergent thing anymore. It's a neurodiverse community. Ensure you bring children, other children, to the spaces where your child is. Don't keep your child secluded in the house. Let them have other children, because children learn by imitation. They copy from themselves. So when they see their peers doing certain things, they would try to do those things as well. New interests. Remember that our neural pathways, we have new, our brain is learning. Let me drink some water, excuse me. Thank you. So new interests, because our brains, our neural pathways is more open to learning newer things. You realize that these children are likewise, of course, they change their minds all the time. I want to learn this now. I'm no longer interested in the piano. I'm not interested in the saxophone. I'm not interested in this. Whatever they're interested in, encourage it. Encourage. It's not about being an expert in it. It's about the process. It's about the other things they would acquire and they would attain while learning. Let's always remember that. I think someone said that before. It's about the process, about the things they are learning to do while they are doing these things. Oh, yes. I'm proud to say that from preschool up to year 4, my son was, he never came with any awards.
His twin sister will come with one award or the other. My son never came with any award. But to God be the glory. Year 4. Year 4, he came on with several awards. And that is because now he has his formal intervention, what I call his proper intervention, because what I was doing before was a mom just doing her thing and exploring. Now he has the formal intervention as well as the reinforcers that are very reinforcing. So during the exam, I tell him, you do this, you can do more of this, or you can have this instrument of choice. And he dives in. Sometimes for kids like my son, they don't necessarily have to read and they'll still pass. But, you know, it's also better to encourage them to put in some efforts. And you realize that when they put in that effort, they excel exceedingly. Actually, they do. Yes, I am a proactive mom. I am my child's biggest advocate. You notice I've not labeled my child. I've not said anything. It's not about what it's called. Because I know that for a lot of parents, that is the trouble. I don't want my child to be called this. I don't want my child to be called that. It's not about what it's called, really. It's about the features it presents. And it's about supporting your child the right way. You are your child's biggest advocate. And for you amazing caregivers, for you teachers, my people, you are that child's greatest advocates. Please keep doing the work. Now, this is my personal philosophy, and I would love to share it here because I share it with every parent I meet. For me, it's about love. Yes, cliche, love. Everything I have to give is love. If I don't love, then I'm indifferent about it. And what is love to me for these children? Love is you listen. The L is you listen to them. How do you listen to them? It's by observing them. When you observe them, it's about the individual. When you observe them, you value their difference because they're different. Once you meet one autistic individual, you have actually met one autistic individual. There are no two that are the same. Yes, they may have similar features or symptoms, but no two are the same. So you value their difference. And my favorite of them all, which I'm very big on, is empathy. Empathy is the skill of the future. When we understand and we empathize with ourselves, this world is a better place. When you show that child empathy, John Paul said something like, you're interested in what they're interested in. You let them know, I'm here for you. This light, yes, it's affecting me a bit, but I can bet you that there are some children that would not be able to stand here because of this light. And you're wondering, why are they like this? But when you have empathy, you would understand better. So for me, it's all about love. Everything responds to love. You show plants love, they blossom. Everything responds to love. Thank you so much for listening. Love you too.
Can we make some noise for her one more time, y'all? Do you want to take questions? We're out of time, but do you want to maybe take one or two questions? Is that okay?
Yes, please.
That's all right. All right, fantastic.
That's fine.
All right, so I have a question written. I have an autistic child diagnosed at 6. He's now 7. I have not noticed any special interest. The only thing he does is he always rolls things. If he sees a tape rule anywhere, he'll pick it up and start rolling. He can roll anything. How can I help him with his rolling?
He rolls things.
Yes, he rolls things. He's a roller.
Okay, you know what? I would say that we have to be very flexible in our thinking as well. So what does it like to roll? Can you start by, okay, creating something with a Play-Doh, for example, and you roll and you create something with it. And the next thing, you could try baking, where you roll a dough and create something with it, you know? You really have to be creative and think, how can I channel, because that's a strength. It might be the world best roller and win the Guinness Book of Records. You don't know. So that's a strength, you know. Yeah.
All right, we have a question in front. I'm taking the microphone over. All right.
Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2. Well, I'm Bukayo Odukoya. I'm a social worker, and I work with Ministry of Youth and Social Development. Actually, I'm here to represent my permanent secretary, Mrs. Toyin Okeoson-Itolu, but I have a lot of questions. Yes. Number one, what is the difference between speech delay and autism? Because I know they have some similarities, but I've been trying to research into it, but I've not gotten a satisfied answer. Okay. That's one. Two, what is the role of early intervention in autism?
Okay.
And three, I will stop. Okay, I will stop at 3. I have thousands of questions. Yes, but I will stop at 3 because I'm a professional and I'm a social worker, and that's what I practice. But I will stop at 3 for this purpose. Okay? So 3 is this. How can you get services for the sake of early intervention? You need services. Yeah. So how do you get those services? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much. So I will start with number 2, which is quite straightforward, right? Early intervention, I would say, saved my son and I. Early intervention is everything. The age before 5 is easier for your brain. Our brains are like sponges. They're soaking anything we put there. So when you intervene at that point, it's easier for the child to be receptive and follow and make progress. So early intervention cannot be overly emphasized as far as I'm concerned, right? Does that answer your question? Then, for the difference between speech, I'm glad we have some speech pathologists here. But the manual we use, which is the DSM-5 diagnostic manual, is a tool that tells us what to look at for. So it's like you go to the hospital, you are testing for malaria. There are certain things they'll look at for before they say it's malaria, it's typhoid, it's this. So the DSM-5 clearly states that with autism, you are looking at an impairment in communication, motors, repetitive behavior. It's quite specific, right? Communication is there. Communication is quite rightfully there, right? However, when children show signs of delayed speech, they, at the point of speaking, at the point of talking, a child talking, they would have shown other things like, say a child at 6 months, you go and you say, hey, the child doesn't respond, the child doesn't even, they are not aware of familiar adults in their environment and all that, but you are not taking note of those things as parents because speech is the first thing you see that this child is not communicating. So whether it's autism or it's just speech delay, you really cannot tell at that point unless there's a diagnosis, right? But there's a speech, okay? She wants to say something to me. I'm setting you up to me, please.
Okay.
I don't have to say anything when she's here.
For autism, you have
generally a communication delay or disorder, but you also have sensory issues and you have repetitive behaviors or interests. For a speech delay, and then there's a difference between a speech delay and a language delay. Speech is how the words and the sounds come out, and language is how they communicate, how they produce the words, what they understand. So that's the difference.
Thank you so much, Toby. And then getting the services. On the manual, you have a list of service providers. Just look at it. You find different service providers.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together? Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, don't get tired of clapping. One more time for Osezuzi Bolodeoku, an international behavior analyst and qualified autism service practitioner. All right. I know that you still have a lot of questions, and forgive us, we're completely out of time. But I love that, the community feels really engaged, and it feels like our government officials also want to, get a bit more into this conversation. So I'm sure that off, this, we can make those connections happen, because we would love to be able to, help the government, especially the social services offices, improve, capacity. And maybe next year, if you can get some of your staff to join you as well, and register more, the whole department if possible. Yes, 100 of them. And then your remaining 997 questions can be answered. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on our lunch break now. And you remember the drill from yesterday? We're going to demarcate the hall into two, because after lunch, we're having our focus group discussions. But remember, please just remain on your seat for lunch. The lunch packs will be handed over to you. Did you enjoy lunch yesterday? Are you sure? The jollof rice was nice. Whitney comes from Ghana. Whitney, I'm sure you can testify that Nigerian jollof is better than Ghanaian jollof. Please tell them, take that message to Accra. No, you won't get arrested, don't worry. They say while Nigeria and Ghana are fighting over jollof, it's Senegal that remaining on your seat. We'll demarcate the hall into two. We're going to have, let me just run you through the focus group topics so you know where you're to go. All right? So, you remember John Paul Horsley? Right? So he has a session, collaborative community initiatives, arts and music programs. Now, for John Paul and Rashad Dobbins, they're going to have a lot of music in their session. So it's going to be loud. So they need their own space. So they're going to be at the Ajib Hall. All right, you know where the Ajib Hall is? At the back, that's where they'll be. All right. Now, for our dentist and for our dentist and dental care, autism and dental health by Dr. Ade Awe. Dr. Ade Awe will be on this side of the demarcation because he has a presentation on the screen. And then for Solape Azazi, my very dear friend, and Whitney Hamo Annie, who will never eat Ghanaian jollof again, they will be on this side, promoting inclusion and supportive environments. Another important thing to add is, I'm sure you all know that we have free consultations, right? Are you aware? As part of this program, GTCO, please make a clap for GTCO. Come on. It's not easy. It's a lot of money. It's an investment. It's a sacrifice. It's a commitment. And GTCO, so from Wednesday, is it a Saturday or Sunday? Just correct me, someone from GTCO. It's Saturday, right? Yes. Okay, I wrote it somewhere. Let me just look at my note. So from Wednesday till Saturday, yes, at the Chapel of Light Hall at Alausa Ikeja, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. It's first come, first serve. We know the need is a lot, and we're going to try and accommodate as many people as possible. But it's first come, first serve. So we're going to have speech therapists, behavior analysts, child psychologists, psychiatrists, special education specialists, pediatricians, parent counselors, dentists who will attend to you all who have these special needs. All right, so free consultation Wednesday to Saturday, Chapel of Light Hall, Alausa Ikeja. All right, so it's a lunchtime. Bon appetit. Our speakers and facilitators will go upstairs. If you're a guest, please remain on your seat. Lunch will be served to you. Once the demarcation is done and you're done with lunch, you can then go to the focus group session that you're interested in. All right, so that is it for now. Anita, did I miss out anything? Good. All right, so please remain on your seat. Lunch will be served. Thank you. Autism? All right, I know you're hungry too. You should have said I am hungry.
All you gotta do is pick up the phone and just dial.
Good morning,
so
children.
Much that you can do, so much to explore.
Not loud enough. Good
Life
morning,
is waiting
children.
for you, so just open up the door.
Lift up my hands. God gave them to me. They are blessed.
Just like what they're talking about. In my business, I deal with cash, but I don't really like to move with cash. So I use something that's pretty fast. You know, just like
Bàtí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ tá bá fẹ́ pọn mi orí kànga la máa ń pọn ṣùgbọ́n omi kànga yẹn gbà mí tó bá rú a máa pọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ nù.
Kànga yẹn náà la máa ń mu òun la fi ń wẹ̀ òun la fi ń fọ ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá fẹ́ ṣe kọ̀ọ̀kan yẹn la máa ń rí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ti di àsìkò dry season àsìkò ẹ̀rù ní máa ń scarce ládùúgbò yìí bẹ̀tẹ̀ òjò bá ti dé báyìí náà la máa ń rí omi.
ẹlòmíì gan ló ń pọn mi odò láti lè fi fọṣọ láti lè fi wẹ̀ bí òṣèlú lè mú àwa mú kànga ṣùgbọ́n ń ṣe tí wọ́n gbé ètò yìí wá tí wọ́n bá wa ṣe ní inú wa dùn gan gbogbo àwa àdúgbò ládẹ̀ ń ṣàdúrà fún àwọn ẹni pé ọwọ́ wọn á máa lọ sókè.
When we made our calculation to see what it's going to cost us to actualize this project, it was like an impossible project for us. In the course of it, GT Bank came to our rescue. I want to say a very big thank you. On behalf of the whole Celebrating Nigerian team, we want to say a very big thank you.
This year, and I've lived all my life in Ibadan. When I got that idea to go to the public schools, 40 to mark my 40th birthday, and teach the children how to convert the waste that is abundantly around them into a playground. We asked them to go into their communities and look for this waste that are in the gutters, blocking the drainage, causing environmental hazard. We do paintings, we do different creative work. This school that we are in is number 21. But guess what? This is the first time that my full dream is going to actualize. Courtesy of GT Bank. Simple things like waste can make a great impact. Wow! I'm so excited.
My name is Remy Belutimine. I'm a voice director for animation. The autism spectrum. I'm a voice actor. Where I am on the I'm a writer and a producer of animation. Put it this sexy side. When I say I'm also on the autism spectrum. I'm very fortunate. Where I am on the spectrum is not, as I put it, this sexy side. When I say that I'm on the sexy side of the spectrum, I'm very fortunate that I'm verbal. Very, very, very fortunate that I'm verbal. Read a ton of. It took a while for me to understand that it was a spectrum. Secondary school. Not to understand other people, but to figure out. Read a ton of psychology literature. I think I got to where I am because of that. Secondary school. A lot of failure. Not to understand other people, but to figure out what was wrong with me. I knew that my parents were struggling. I think I got to where I am because of practice. I didn't. A lot of failure. I didn't know what they were dealing with. Into that, I couldn't imagine the school. Practice level. My parents. I know that my parents were struggling. Got exposed to the idea. I didn't understand why. I didn't know what they were dealing with. I couldn't imagine the possibility that I was on the spectrum. My parents never had a lot of patience. Got exposed to the idea, and they would recognize what format I was working in and try to work along. The possibility that I was on the spectrum. I was invited to. So they kind of just had a lot of patience with me. The rest was organic, and they would recognize what format I was working in. I didn't try to work along with that. How I met my wife. I was invited to voice act for a radio act. Part of that's where we met. The rest was organic. I didn't try to be who I was not. I didn't try to. Being on the spectrum did not put on a mask. I've got 2 children. There's literally no part of my life, did not give education or career-wise or otherwise, where being on the spectrum did not. Thankfully, through those experiences, I learned to develop my mask. There was did not give people the wrong vibe around me. But thankfully, through those experiences, I learned to develop my mask. I wasn't stupid. There was nothing wrong with me. I wasn't. I framed the situation in my head was that I just needed to pay more attention to who I framed the situation in my head was that of my classes, I just needed to pay more attention. Whether it was mathematics, I am introductory technology, other people. It did not matter. All turned this of my classes, all whether it was mathematics, very easy to introductory technology, integrated science, it did not matter. I turned this thing into a story in my head, which made a lot of things very easy to recall. In history, when someone's on the spectrum, there's literally been no forward movement. I don't see it as a human civilization without the superpower. I will maintain this as a fact in history. There's literally been no forward movement in human civilization without the autistic.
Autism is a very wide spectrum, and there are quite a lot of different things that fall under the autism spectrum. So global development delay is a delay in the child development process. Autism is a very wide spectrum, and there are quite a lot of different things that fall under the autism spectrum. So global development delay is a delay in the child development process. So Kamara, for instance, she did not start walking until she was 2. She didn't sit up until she was 7 months. It's contagious. She didn't do things at the normal pace that other children would do them. So that's when we say that a child has global development delay.
Lots of people think that it's contagious. I don't know why people run away. I've had people who don't want their children to, you just have a be around children with autism. It's not contagious. It's not a disease. Autism is just, the children with autism are just wired differently. A very simple thing. You just have a different ability, but they're just very much like every other person is.
In my life, the days when I'm sad, for me, living with similarities was a very simple thing. The days when I yell, and I kind of looked at my life and I said, well, in my life, the days when I'm sad, the days when I'm angry, the days when I cry, there are days when I yell, there are days when I feel like holding someone's hand, and there are days when you want someone to give you a hug, because you're just not feeling that great about life. And for me, those are emotions that whether you are me or you're living with any condition, whether autism, those are emotions that we all go through. And for me, at a very basic level, those are the similarities that I see. Nothing too technical, just regular day-to-day emotions. So that when you're dealing with people either with autism or any other condition and you see that, please remember that it doesn't make them any different from you, it doesn't make them any different from me. We're just all expressing ourselves in different ways.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen.
how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat. How a universe is formed
At
in
this
the
very
quiet
most
of the
difficult
womb.
time for the
Only
country
a
and the
mother
world,
knows how to house
your
a
bank is
galaxy in her
committed
body.
really to
How to
making
speak
sure
its
that
light
we
into
give
existence and
back to
weave
the
the thread
society
of
that
life
has
in her
made
gentle
us.
hand.
So in
A mother
collaboration
knows
with
how
the
to protect
Lagos
her
State
child,
government, and I'll try to
how to swoop
anticipate some
down
of
and
the
snatch it
comments
from
that
the
we have
mouth of any
heard,
danger.
we have built and delivered a 110-bed isolation center at
Guided by a
Nikon
spiritual
Stadium.
intuition, an umbilical connection to her child, she anticipates every
It is
need
not just
before
a
it
facility
arises.
with beds. It is
But no
actually
one
a hospital, and the only thing you will not be able to do there is operations. So we have 30 consulting rooms. We have a waiting area. We have a pharmacy. We have a testing lab. We have an outside ward. We have doctor's quarters, female and male. We have showers. We have toilets. We have full facilities for feeding. Then in the main ward, we have a 10-bed ICU that has 10 ventilators, which means, contrary to a lot of hospitals or centers which you will go to today, if you're a chronic patient with a respiratory problem, there is a ventilator. We have 10 of those. Then we have another 100 beds for people who are showing milder symptoms. A training started yesterday of all the personnel. Because this disease, contrary to what people think, is very sensitive. You cannot run a hospital the way a normal hospital is run. So all the people who are going to work on that site are going through a 2-day program training, up to the cleaners, the caterers, the doctors, on the entire process as to how you move in there. Another comment I heard is the why Lagos. We must start somewhere, and it is who invites you to do this kind of thing that you do it with. So if the Lagos State government invited us and was willing to do this, that is where we have started.
But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly. The quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child,
I thank the shareholders, I thank the customers who have given us the means and the wherewithal to do this.
Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body
When we
is a wall
delivered
I
the
cannot
site,
get over,
we prayed
I will still
that maybe
love
it will
my
never
way
be
through
used
to
and hope it will never be used. But what we have done is that if it is ever needed, then we have provided 110 first-class beds that will hopefully save
I will
the lives
offer
of
up my
people.
back
I thank you
again
very
and
much.
again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mind joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing so that when they ask about me, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and wondrous. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This child who is still a milk. This child who is
Time where you go take go house. Before you know it, money don't reach. You don't stand up from bed again. The struggle.
Iṣẹ́ fashion design kò ń ṣe iṣẹ́ kan tó lágbára lọ títí. Apart from àwọn challenges tá máa ń face níbẹ̀, maybe lọ́dọ̀ àwọn customers, oríṣiríṣi customer ló wà.
Your money is remaining 500. Me, I can't sell low. I can't sell low. If not there, in 5,000 you go buy out. When a person buys plenty, so we gain a lot. But if you're buying one, 200, I'll use that buying like that.
Your daughter buy one about $15. You buy this soja. You buy for man to pay for now. You buy the pound of the school. Nínú ẹ̀, àwọn tó wà ní secondary school, àwọn tó wà ní iléèwé gíga, iṣẹ́ iná làbí náà wọn lọ, àní iṣẹ́ yìí.
Last time I first sick, I'm no be smart. I was so weak.
Mo lọ
lọ sí hospital lóṣù mo lọ lóṣù tó ń bọ̀.
tí bá ní kàtà lẹ́nu o lè lọ lọ́la chest máa ń dùn mí.
ó wẹ́ẹ̀tì ni o àmọ́ mi ní choice mi ò ní choice mi apá tí mo fi ń ta ìhòòhò mi eléyìí ṣiṣẹ́ eléyìí ṣiṣẹ́.
Whenever we are shading, I use force in fixing like the last piece of clothes so it can be able to stay. So I have problems. I have a lot of problems with my right arm trying to fix it.
By now, we are kitty down by this time back, but it's all share. And you know, women, we can't depend on men, so we need to work too. So it affects me.
We know they plan for sickness, so but that kind of thing, if you just come, sickness will just come when you don't get money. So if you just fit to survive, you should test. More money, you come money, you share. Or what other they want, away, you only matter to you.
Nobody they help me. My children they go school, so I know how they struggle. They carry when I go take the treatment because of say no money to pay the bill. So I have to come to market. When I sell finish, I go deposit then take the injection come back.
If it's more inconvenience. Go yeah, take mommy. Hey, this is flat now. Okay, black. Stress the pop.
Of course, I want to be better. I don't want to feel pains. Pains are really, really annoying.
As ní ìgbìyànjú mi àti ní inú àdúrà mi, mo tún mọ̀ bí síwájú Ọlọ́run yẹn kókó ṣàánú.
Èmi àtọkọ mi lájọ ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀, so mo gbàdúrà pé kíṣẹ́ ìkó gbé wa lọ síbi tó ga, ká live a better life.
So I need better treatment. If I don't get health insurance, I know say my health go better.
Tẹ́yà bá ti ní health kò sí nǹkan tí kọ́lọ̀ fún wa ní better shop àti better health tá a máa fi ṣe ilé ayé.
When I wake up in the morning every day, I do go to the river to water my mom's garden. After the watering, I fetch water and come back home. I prepare, I put on my uniform. After putting my uniform, I take my breakfast. From there, I take my book and start walking to the school. The journey from the house to the school actually is 10 kilometers, which is very, very far from the school to the house. And before I would trek from the house to the school, it takes me a lot of time before, at times 1 hour with some minutes before I will reach school. And at times before I will reach school, the lesson have already commenced.
Before our students were given this bicycle, as a matter of fact, most of them come to school late. We teachers, we cannot punish them. We even sympathize with them. And it affects their performance negatively. Sometimes before they come, some they come after 8.
The coming of this bicycle will make our children to come to school early and start their activities in the school early. And this bicycle will motivate our children, our students, to put more effort in their studies.
Da yake da keken nan yana tashi aikin da dama ya saba yana mini kuma baya tafiyan makaranta yanzu leti ba don ya riga ya samu keke.
with the help of this bicycle, I can come to school early now, and I can face my study very well, and I can pass my examination very well at the end of each time. Thank you, GT Bank.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say, that mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limit, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly. The quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory. Sit with you. Match my body to your rhythm. Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift, this child who is still a miracle. This child who is still mine.
Not loud enough. Good morning, children. These are my hands. God gave them to me. They are blessed.
Ìgbà tí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ tá bá fẹ́ pọn omi kànga la máa ń pọn. Ṣùgbọ́n omi kànga yẹn ìgbà mi tó bá rú a máa pọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Kànga yẹn náà la máa ń mu, òun la fi ń wẹ̀, òun la fi ń fọ, ṣùgbọ́n tá bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan la máa ń lò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ti di àsìkò dry season, àsìkò ẹ̀rùn, omi máa ń scarce ládùúgbò yìí. Bẹ́ẹ̀ tójò bá ti dé báyìí náà la máa ń rí omi.
Ẹlòmíì gan ló ń pọn mi odò láti lè fi fọṣọ láti lè fi wẹ̀ bí òtẹ̀ nílé mu àwa mu kànga. Ṣùgbọ́n ṣe tí wọ́n gbé ètò yìí wá tí wọ́n bá wa ṣe omi yìí inú wa dùn gan. Gbogbo àwa àdúgbò la dẹ̀ ń ṣàdúrà fún àwọn ẹni pé ọwọ́ wọn á máa lọ sókè.
When we made our calculation to see what it's going to cost us to actualize this project, it was like an impossible project for us. In the course of it, GT Bank came to our rescue. I want to say a very big thank you. On behalf of the whole Celebrating Nigerian crew, we want to say a very big thank you.
Okay, my name is Jumoke Olowokere. I'm going to be 40 years in November this year, and I've lived all my life in Ibadan. When I got that idea to go to the public schools, 40, to mark my 40th birthday, and teach the children how to convert the waste that is abundantly around them into a playground. We asked them to go into their communities and look for this waste that are in the gutters, blocking the drainage, causing environmental hazard. We do paintings, we do different creative work. This school that we are in is number 21. But guess what? This is the first time that my full dream is being actualized, courtesy of GT Bank. Simple things like waste can make a great impact. Wow! I'm so excited.
My name is Remy Olutimine. I'm a voice director for animation. I'm a voice actor. The possibility that I was on the spectrum. So they kind of just had a lot of patience with me. And they would recognize what format I was working in and try to work along with that. How I met my wife. I was invited to voice act for a radio advert. That's where we met. The rest was organic. I didn't try to be who I was not. I didn't try to put on a mask. I've got 2 children. There's literally no part of my life, education or career-wise or otherwise, where being on the spectrum did not give people the wrong vibe around me. But thankfully, through those experiences, I learned to develop my mask. There was nothing wrong with me. I wasn't demon possessed. I wasn't stupid. You know, the way I framed the situation in my head was that I just needed to pay more attention to who I am than other people. I turned all of my classes, whether it was mathematics, introductory technology, integrated science, it did not matter. I turned this thing into a story in my head. which made a lot of things very easy to recall. When someone's on the spectrum, it's not, I don't see it as a disorder. For me, it's a superpower. I'll maintain this as a fact in history. There's literally been no forward movement in human civilization without the autistic.
Autism is a very wide spectrum, and there are quite a lot of different things that fall under the autism spectrum. So global development delay is a delay in the child's development process. So Kamara, for instance, did not start walking until she was 2. She didn't sit up until she was about 7 months, 8 months old. She didn't do things at the normal pace that other children would do them. So that's when you say that a child has global development delay.
Lots of people think that it's contagious. I don't know why people run away. You know, I've had people who don't want their children to, you know, be around children with autism. It's not contagious. It's not a disease. Autism is just, you know, the children with autism are just wired differently. You know, they just have a different ability, but they're just very much like every other person is.
For me, living with similarities was a very simple thing. And I kind of looked at my life and I said, well, you know, in my life, there are days when I'm sad, there are days when I'm angry, there are days when I cry, there are days when I yell, there are days when I feel like holding someone's hands, and there are days when you want someone to give you a hug because you're just not feeling that great about life. And for me, those are emotions that whether you are me or you're living with any condition, whether autism, those are emotions that we all go through. And for me, at a very basic level, those are the similarities that I see. Nothing too technical, just regular day-to-day emotions. So that when you're dealing with people either with autism or any other condition and you see that, please remember that it doesn't make them any different from you, it doesn't make them any different from me. We're just all expressing ourselves in different ways.
At this very most difficult time for the country and the world, your bank is committed really to making sure that we give back to the society that has made us. So in collaboration with the Lagos State government, and I'll try to anticipate some of the comments that we have heard, we have built and delivered a 110-bed isolation center at Onikon Stadium. It is not just a facility with beds. It is actually a hospital, and the only thing you will not be able to do there is operations. So we have 30 consulting rooms. We have a waiting area. We have a pharmacy. We have a testing lab. We have an outside ward. We have doctor's quarters, female and male. We have showers. We have toilets. We have full facilities for feeding. Then in the main ward, we have a 10-bed ICU that has 10 ventilators, which means, contrary to a lot of hospitals or centers which you will go to today, if you're a chronic patient with respiratory problems, there is a ventilator. We have 10 of those. Then we have another 100 beds for people who are showing milder symptoms. A training started yesterday of all the personnel. Because this disease, contrary to what people think, it's very sensitive. You cannot run a hospital the way a normal hospital is run. So all the people who are going to work on that site are going through a 2-day program training, up to the cleaners, the caterers, the doctors, on the entire process as to how you move in there. Another comment I heard is the why Lagos? We must start somewhere. And it is who invites you to do this kind of thing that you do it with. So if the Lagos state government invited us and was willing to do this, that is where we have started. I thank the shareholders, I thank the customers who have given us the means and the wherewithal to do this. When we delivered the site, we prayed that maybe it will never be used and hope it will never be used. But what we have done is that if it is ever needed, then we have provided 110 first-class beds that will hopefully save the lives of people. I thank you very much.
Auntie me check, madam. Come, madam. Which one now? Come now, mommy. Come, let me show you now. Come.
Let's shade that here.
Thank you, Gary, my friend. Come 50 now. Ajumbise. Oh, yeah, come, my sister. Auntie, come. My baby. A máa tètè dé ọjà as early as possible bóyá bíi 7 o'clock torí àwọn tó bá fẹ́ ra hoses. Títà dẹ̀ ń jẹ́ tàjẹ́ ń kò ní ètò alẹ́ ni pé àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan tó bá close ní ọjà wọ́n máa fẹ́ rajà lọ sílé. Time wey you go take go house before you know it money don reach you don stand up from bed again dey struggle.
Iṣẹ́ fashion design kò ń ṣe iṣẹ́ kan tó lágbára lọ títí. Apart from our challenges a máa ń face níbẹ̀, maybe lọ́dọ̀ àwọn customers, oríṣiríṣi customer ló wà.
Your money is remaining 500. Me, I can't sell you. I can't sell you. Owó mi ti gbé, ẹ ṣé. If not there, na 5,000 you go buy am. When a person buys plenty, so we gain a lot. But if you're buying 1, 200, I'll use that buy mineral like that finish.
Ìjọba bá wà lè pa $15 tí ó bá dé sọ́jà, iye tá bá pa máa ń dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́. Tá bá dé pa àwọn ọmọ lọ sí school nínú ẹ̀, àwọn tó wà ní secondary school, àwọn tó wà ní iléèwé gíga, iṣẹ́ iná la fi rán wọn lọ, àní iṣẹ́ ìlú.
The last time I fall sick, ọmọ no be small thing. I was so weak.
Mo lọ hospital lóṣù, mo lọ lóṣù tó ń bọ̀.
Tí bá ní kàtà lẹ́nu, o lè lọ lọ́la. Chest máa ń dùn mí gan.
Ó mú bẹ́ẹ̀tì ni o, àmọ́ mi ní choice. Mi ò ní choice ni. Apá tí mo fi ń ta ìhó ń ro mí, eléyìí ṣiṣẹ́, eléyìí ṣiṣẹ́.
Whenever we are shading, I use force in fixing like the last piece of clothes so it can be able to stay. So I have problems. I have a lot of problems with my right arm trying to fix it.
By now, we are getting low down by this time back. But it's all share. And you know, women, we can't depend on men. So we need to work too. So it affects me.
We know they plan for sickness, so but that kind of thing, if you just come, sickness will just come. When you don't get money, to go to hospital, somebody will test. Oh, money, you come money, can you share? Owó tó dé lè wà lọ́wọ́ èèyàn, ó lè má tó yẹn. Nobody dey help me. My children dey go school, so I know how they struggle. They carry when I go take the treatment because of say no money to pay the bill. So I have to come to market. When I sell finish, I go deposit them, take the injection, come back. Ibi tí mo wà inconvenience too. Oh yeah, take mommy. Hey, this is flat now. Okay, black. Stress the pop.
Of course, I want to be better. I don't want to feel pains. Pains are really, really annoying.
As in, ní ìgbìyànjú mi àti ní inú àdúrà mi. Mo tún mọ̀ bí síwájú Ọlọ́run yẹn kókó ṣàánú mi.
Èmi àtọkọ mi lájọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀. So mo gbàdúrà pé kí iṣẹ́ ìkó gbé wa lọ síbi tó ga. Ká live a better life.
So I need better treatment.
If I don't get health insurance,
I know say my health go better.
Tell you about any health, kò sí nǹkan tí Color fún wa ní better shop àti better health tá a máa fi ṣe ilé ayé.
When I wake up in the morning every day, I do go to the river to water my mom's garden. After the watering, I fetch water and come back home. I prepare, I put on my uniform. After putting my uniform, I take my breakfast. From there, I take my book and start walking to the school. The journey from the house to the school actually is 10 kilometers, which is very, very far from the school to the house. And before I would trek from the house to the school, it takes me a lot of time before, at times 1 hour with some minutes before I will reach school. And at times before I will reach school, the lesson have already commenced.
Before our students were given this bicycle, as a matter of fact, most of them come to school late. We teachers, we cannot punish them. We even sympathize with them. And it affects their performance negatively. Sometimes before they come, some they come after 8.
The coming of this bicycle will make our children to come to school early and start their activities in the school early. And this bicycle will motivate our children, our students, to put more effort in their studies.
Da yake da keken nan yana tashi aikin da dama ya saba yana mini kuma baya tafiyar makaranta yanzu leti ba don ya riga ya samu keke.
With the help of this bicycle, I can come to school early now and I can face my study very well and I can pass my examination very well at the end of each time. Thank you, GT Bank.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limits, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly. The quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory. Sit with you. Match my body to your rhythm. Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift, this child who is still a miracle. This child who is still mine.
Not loud enough. Good morning, children. These are my hands. God gave them to me. They are blessed.
Ìgbà tí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ la bá fẹ́ pọn omi kànga la máa ń pọn
ṣùgbọ́n omi kànga yẹn ìgbà mi tó bá rú a máa pọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Kànga yẹn náà la máa ń mu, òun la fi ń wẹ̀, òun la fi ń fọ, ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá bẹ̀ ṣe kòkòrò la máa ń lò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ti di àsìkò dry season, àsìkò ẹ̀rùn, omi máa ń scarce ládùúgbò yìí. Bẹ̀ tójò bá ti dé báyìí náà la máa ń rí omi.
Ẹlòmíì gan ló ń pọn mi odò láti lè fi fọṣọ láti lè fi wẹ̀ bí òtẹ̀ nílé mu àwa mu kànga. Ṣùgbọ́n ṣe tí wọ́n gbé ètò yìí wá tí wọ́n bá wa ṣe omi yìí inú wa dùn gan. Gbogbo àwa àdúgbò la dẹ̀ ń ṣàdúrà fún àwọn ẹni pé ọwọ́ wọn á máa lọ sókè.
When we made our calculation to see what it's going to cost us to actualize this project, it was like an impossible project for us. In the course of it, GT Bank came to our rescue. I want to say a very big thank you. On behalf of the whole Celebrating Nigerian crew, we want to say a very big thank you.
Okay, my name is Jumoke Olowokere. I'm going to be 40 years in November this year, and I've lived all my life in Ibadan. When I got that idea to go to the public schools, 40, to mark my 40th birthday, and teach the children how to convert the waste that is abundantly around them into a playground. We asked them to go into their communities and look for this waste that are in the gutters, blocking the drainage, causing environmental hazard. We do paintings, we do different creative work. This school that we are in is number 21. But guess what? This is the first time that my full dream is being actualized, courtesy of GT Bank. Simple things like waste can make a great impact. Wow! I'm so excited.
My name is Remy Olutimine. I'm a voice director for animation. I'm a voice actor. I'm a writer and a producer of animation. I'm also on the autism spectrum. Where I am on the spectrum is not, as I put it, this sexy side. When I say that I'm not on the sexy side of the spectrum, I'm very fortunate that I'm verbal. Very, very, very fortunate that I'm verbal. It took a while for me to understand that it was a spectrum. I read a ton of psychology literature in secondary school. Not to understand other people, but to figure out what was wrong with me. I think I got to where I am because of practice. A lot of failure into that practice level. I knew that my parents were struggling with me. I didn't understand why, I didn't know what they were dealing with. I couldn't imagine the scope, but I could see that weight. My parents never got exposed to the idea of the possibility that I was on the spectrum. So they kind of just had a lot of patience with me. And they would recognize what format I was working in and try to work along with that. How I met my wife. I was invited to voice act for a radio advert. That's where we met. The rest was organic. I didn't try to be who I was not. I didn't try to put on a mask. I've got 2 children. There's literally no part of my life, education or career-wise or otherwise, where being on the spectrum did not give people the wrong vibe around me. But thankfully, through those experiences, I learned to develop my mask. There was nothing wrong with me. I wasn't demon possessed. I wasn't stupid. You know, the way I framed the situation in my head was that I just needed to pay more attention to who I am than other people. I turned all of my classes, all Whether it was mathematics, introductory technology, it's integrated science, it did not matter. I turned this thing into a story in my head, which made a lot of things very easy to recall. When someone's on the spectrum, I don't see it as a disorder. For me, it's a superpower. I will maintain this as a fact in history. There has literally been no forward movement in human civilization without the autistic.
Autism is a very wide spectrum, and there are quite a lot of different things that fall under the autism spectrum. So global development delay is a delay in the child's development process. So Kamara, for instance, did not start walking until she was 2. She didn't sit up until she was about 7 months, 8 months old. She didn't do things at the normal pace that other children would do them. So that's when you say that a child has global development delay.
Lots of people think that it's contagious. I don't know why people run away. You know, I've had people who don't want their children to, be around children with autism. It's not contagious. It's not a disease. Autism is just, the children with autism are just wired differently. You just have a different ability, but they're just very much like every other person is.
For me, living with similarities was a very simple thing. And I kind of looked at my life and I said, well, in my life, there are days when I'm sad, there are days when I'm angry, there are days when I cry, there are days when I yell, there are days when I feel like holding someone's hands, and there are days when you want someone to give you a hug because you're just not feeling that great about life. And for me, those are emotions that whether you are me or you're living with any condition, whether autism, those are emotions that we all go through. And for me, at a very basic level, those are the similarities that I see. Nothing too technical, just regular day-to-day emotions. So that when you're dealing with people either with autism or any other condition and you see that, please remember that it doesn't make them any different from you, it doesn't make them any different from me. We're just all expressing ourselves in different ways.
At this very most difficult time for the country and the world, your bank is committed really to making sure that we give back to the society that has made us. So in collaboration with the Lagos State government, and I'll try to anticipate some of the comments that we have heard, we have built and delivered a 110-bed isolation center at Onikon Stadium. It is not just a facility with beds. It is actually a hospital, and the only thing you will not be able to do there is operations. So we have 30 consulting rooms. We have a waiting area. We have a pharmacy. We have a testing lab. We have an outside ward. We have doctor's quarters, female and male. We have showers. We have toilets. We have full facilities for feeding. Then in the main ward, we have a 10-bed ICU that has 10 ventilators, which means, contrary to a lot of hospitals or centers which you will go to today, if you're a chronic patient with respiratory problems, there is a ventilator. We have 10 of those. Then we have another 100 beds for people who are showing milder symptoms. A training started yesterday of all the personnel. Because this disease, contrary to what people think, it's very sensitive. You cannot run a hospital the way a normal hospital is run. So all the people who are going to work on that site are going through a 2-day program training, up to the cleaners, the caterers, the doctors, on the entire process as to how you move in there. Another comment I heard is the why Lagos? We must start somewhere. And it is who invites you to do this kind of thing that you do it with. So if the Lagos state government invited us and was willing to do this, that is where we have started. I thank the shareholders, I thank the customers who have given us the means and the wherewithal to do this. When we delivered the site, we prayed that maybe it will never be used and hope it will never be used. But what we have done is that if it is ever needed, then we have provided 110 first-class beds that will hopefully save the lives of people. I thank you very much.
Auntie me check, madam. Come, madam, which one now? Come now, money. Come, let me show you now. Come.
Let's shade that here.
Thank you, Gary, my friend. Come 50 now. Ajumbise. Oh, yeah, come, my sister. Auntie, come. My baby. I'm going to do as early as possible. We will be 7 o'clock. Torí àwọn tó bá fẹ́ ra hoses. Títà dẹ̀ ń jẹ́ kò ní ètò alẹ́ ni pé àwọn kọ̀ọ̀kan tó bá close ní ọjà, wọ́n máa fẹ́ rajà lọ sílé. Time wey you go take go house, before you know it, money don reach. You don stand up from bed again. Dey struggle.
Iṣẹ́ fashion design kò ń ṣe iṣẹ́ kan tó lágbára lọ títí. Apart from àwọn challenges tá máa ń face níbẹ̀, maybe lọ́dọ̀ àwọn customers, oríṣiríṣi customer ló wà.
Your money is remaining 500. Me, I can't sell you. I can't sell you. Owó mi ti gbé, ẹ ṣé. If not there, na 5,000 you go buy am. When a person buys plenty, so we gain a lot. But if you're buying one, 200, I'll use that buying naira like that finish. Ìjọba bá wà lè pa $15 tí ó bá dẹ̀ sọ́jà. Ìjọba bá pa máa ń dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́. Tàbá dẹ̀ pa àwọn ọmọ lọ sí school. Nínú ẹ̀, àwọn tó wà ní secondary school, àwọn tó wà ní iléèwé gíga, iṣẹ́ ìná la fi rán wọn lọ. Àní iṣẹ́ mi.
The last time I first sick, ọmọ no be small thing. I was so weak.
Mo lọ hospital lóṣù. Mo lọ lóṣù tó ń bọ̀.
Tí bá ní kàtà lẹ́nu, o lè lọ lọ́la. Chest máa ń dùn mí gan.
Ó pẹ́ẹ́tì ni o, àmọ́ mi ní choice. Mi ò ní choice ni o. Apá tí mo fi ń ta ìhó ń ro mí. Eléyìí ṣiṣẹ́, eléyìí ṣiṣẹ́.
Whenever we are shading, I use force in fixing like the last piece of clothes so it can be able to stay. So I have problems. I have a lot of problems with my right arm trying to fix it.
By now, we are getting low down by this time back. But it's all share. And you know, women, we can't depend on men. So we need to work too. So it affects me.
We know they plan for sickness, but that kind of thing, if you just come, sickness will just come when you don't get money. So if you just speak to somebody, you should test. Oh, money, you come and you can't share.
Nobody they help me. My children they go school, so I know how they struggle. They carry when I go take the treatment because of saying no money to pay the bill. So I have to come to market. When I sell finish, I will go deposit them, take the injection, come back.
If it's more inconvenience. Go yeah, take mommy. Hey, this is flat now. Okay, black. Stress it pop.
Of course, I want to be better. I don't want to feel pains. Pains are really, really annoying.
As in, ní ìgbìyànjú mi àti ní inú àdúrà mi. Mo tún mọ̀ bí síwájú Ọlọ́run yẹn kókó ṣàánú mi.
Èmi àtọkọ mi la jọ ń ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀. So mo gbàdúrà pé kí iṣẹ́ ìkó gbé wa lọ síbi tó ga. Ká live a better life.
So I need better treatment. If I don't get health insurance, I know say my health go better.
Tell about any health, kò sí nǹkan tí Color fún wa ní better shop àti better health tá máa fi ṣe ilé ayé.
When I wake up in the morning every day, I do go to the river to water my mom's garden. After the watering, I fetch water and come back home. I prepare, I put on my uniform. After putting my uniform, I take my breakfast. From there, I take my book and start walking to the school. Journey from the house to the school actually is 10 kilometers, which is very, very far from the school to the house. And before I would trek from the house to the school, it takes me a lot of time before, at times 1 hour with some minutes before I will reach school. And at times before I will reach school, the lesson have already commenced.
Before our students were given this bicycle, as a matter of fact, most of them come to school late. We teachers, we cannot punish them. We even sympathize with them. And it affects their performance negatively. Sometimes before they come, some they come after 8.
The coming of this bicycle will make our children to come to school early and start their activities in the school early. And this bicycle will motivate our children, our students, to put more effort in their studies.
Da yake da keken nan yana tashi aikin da dama ya saba yana mini kuma baya tafiyan makaranta yanzu leti ba don ya riga ya samu keke.
We'd like to get started in a minute. My name is Richard. It's nice to meet you. Say it again for me. Oh, they said Richard. Rashad, yeah. It's a little bit of an echo. Just a little bit. As long as it sounds good for y'all, I really don't mind. As long as it sounds good for you. Anyway, y'all know who this man is. Nice to meet y'all. Happy to be here from Detroit. It's my first time. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. I received the love. My presentation, empowering autistic youth through music, beat creation, sound engineering, and production. Next slide for me, please. Thank you, sir. This is me. Somebody said, this can't be you. Your hair is short. Now it's pulled back in the ponytail. I got locks now, but this is my bio. I'm not going to read my own bio because that's weird. This is my organization in Detroit. We use hip hop to reach and teach. So we work with scholars as young as child care centers all the way through high school. So pretty much 4 to 24. And we teach them whatever they want to know. But it's all really about empowerment. Everybody say empowerment. I ain't feel it in me again. Empowerment. Thank you. I feel that. Next slide, please. Go back one more. These are just some of the amazing people that have been helping us on our journey. There's also some people right here on the front row that's really blessed me. Y'all clap it up for Camille for me. For the Color of Autism. Right, doing some great work in Detroit. That's obviously where we're based as well. These are just some cool people that rock with us. I could put a whole bunch of other people up here, but this is just a few. Next slide, please. So, mission, say mission. Mission. Come on now, mission. Mission. Thank you. Empowering autistic youth through music. Our program focuses on teaching beat creation, sound engineering, and production skills to provide a unique avenue of self-expression and professional development for autistic individuals. And there I have our slogan, Kids Community Hip Hop, because that's really what it's about. We're all hip hop, JP's hip hop. It's our culture, it's our universal language, right? I can see it on you. Next slide, please. So here's the overview. Community serve. It's really to bridge the gap between the creative potential of autistic youth and the music industry. So you're seeing that right now, and we're gonna display it in action in just a little bit. But y'all can see this, I'll just read it. It's designed for individuals on the spectrum, age 14 to 21, and it's offering a comprehensive curriculum that's covering beat creation, sound engineering, and production. So, you know, it's all equity for. We want to make sure that everybody has access to be empowered. By fostering a supportive and inclusive environment, we provide the tools and guidance necessary for participants to develop their musical talents. And here I just have a quick statistic, just talking about my city, right? Detroit, 77%, it's us, right? It's African American, so it's black folk. Next slide. So the three main things I want to hit is unlocking creative potential and connection. Those are grouped together, skill development, and inspiring futures. So you can already see for my organization and really where we're building it out and with the Color of Autism, we're serving Detroit's underprivileged and at-risk youth and creating a community around the culture of hip-hop, this universal culture. And we're teaching kids self-expression through the arts, music, and development. So as you can see, we're tapping into that innate creativity, and then we're getting that hands-on experience as well, right? How many of y'all are happy that JP is here? We're making beats. You're into music. Is anybody else interested in it? Right. So, you know, our goal is to make sure that you have what you need. I know when I was growing up, we moved a lot, right? 1 to 2 times a year. Sometimes we didn't have a house. And for me, right, who wants to be a DJ and wants to produce and use this gift that I've been born with, that's a little bit hard when you don't have the money, right? So the Most High blessed me to be in a position and others to have a facility where that's not a problem anymore. And that's what we're going, you know, that's what we're doing. We had a 13,000 square foot facility. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Tears. That's a, you know, it's such a blessing because specifically my organization started in a house. And if you're familiar with Motown, right, Motown music, you know that Marvin Gaye, anybody know that name, Michael, they were recording in a house, in a garage. So my organization, you know, we took that model and we said, okay, cool. What does this look like for little kids to really have access to everything, including photography and other things that are within arts or within the elements of hip hop? And now we're in the house of worship, so you already know where that's from. Last little bit, because I want to get it going just because we was running with the time and stuff. Inspiring futures, this is what it's about. Do we necessarily want everybody to be DJs and rappers and all that? No. Do we want you to know yourself? Absolutely. Do we want you to be a nurse who can break dance? That's what I want to see. Right? Let's have the Dr. Duyile, you know, somebody who knows himself, who's a real human being. We speak the same language, right? But yeah, it's about developing that sense of accomplishment and fostering self-confidence and esteem. Next slide for me, please. Here's just some of the things that you'll see from the curriculum. So you have DJing, music theory. Matter of fact, y'all read with me because I don't like talking that much. Next one. Podcasting. Not next slide. I'm going to go back one. Beat making, arrangement, mixing, mastering, post-production. The technical aspects, right? Like these gentlemen over here. Workshops and events, sampling. We're going to get into that in just a second. And then, of course, you have bringing in speakers, people like JP, people like myself, and other individuals to come. And then, of course, song structure. We're going to demo that in a little bit. Next slide. So this is what it's about. If a picture tells a million words, this is what it's about right here. These are some of my original students. I actually taught them. I was their 4th grade teacher. My background is in entertainment as well as education. My nonprofit brings those two together. And y'all see how I got the short hair, couple pounds on the face too. But it's been a journey, man. It's been a blessing. And when I tell you that our students truly led this process, like I could have went and bought a building. You know what I'm saying? I could have easily done that. But what we did is we sat down in a circle with our kids. We broke bread with them and we said, what do you want to do? And for those of you who have kids, and I see plenty of beautiful faces here right now, if a 10-year-old does that 4 or 5 years later, what happens in high school, right? So our scholars who started with us this age and younger have literally seen us grow. Is that tweaking? Can you hear that? It is? Thank you. So the best part about it is our community has done it with us. That's the best part. So that picture just really encapsulates that. Our teaching approach is real easy, tailored instruction, hands-on learning, and collaborative projects. Next slide. I should just cut off. Industry experts. So we're inviting renowned music producers, sound engineers, and artists to share their insights and experiences. And our participants and we're providing them with valuable industry knowledge, right? Stuff that you can't go to school for that. You rather know it or you don't. You need a femtor or a mentor to guide you in that process, and that's what this is about. Next up, of course, you have mentorship opportunities. Through partnerships with professionals in the music industry, participants have the chance to receive one-on-one mentorship and guidance, further enhancing the learning experience. And that's a picture of the building right there. So the cool thing about it, we want to keep going. It's actually bigger than that. But we own all of the land. We own have a huge parking lot. We're doing urban gardens, all of that. So we'll be able to do performances outside. We'll be able to do, eventually, this is about music, yoga, and just really cool things. And the flyest part of this, that this is a sanctuary, but it's now keeping that and still honoring that, right? I'm a man of faith. Well, what's really cool is now we're talking about a creative sanctuary, right? A community center for the arts, a community center for equity. That's always been about kids because kids are the reasons why we have the building, and that's who even picked the building. And the designs for the building on the inside. So all of it has been community-led from a true place, from our babies, right? Empowering our youth. Outcomes. Skill acquisition, increased confidence, that swagger, and personal growth. Thank you. You own it today, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So this in concluding, I don't really want to read the slides because behind me, so I'll do that. It's dedicated to empowering autistic youth, providing them with the skills, tools, and opportunities to excel in the music industry. By fostering a supportive and inclusive environment, and we're aiming to unleash that creative potential for autistic individuals that will enable them to make a lasting impact in the world of music. Y'all about to see that in just a second when my man gets here. But together, let's create that future where everybody can be heard and every beat can inspire. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Right here. Oh, my man. Okay. Cool. Hit me with the next slide, please. Right. You ready, man? If you want to follow us, this is our page. This is our information. Class at Detroit. class@detroit.org. Next slide for me. If you want to check out some music or something like that, you can DM me. We're on SoundCloud and things like that. Give me one more slide, man. Oh, these are some of our partners. So how I said industry connections and things. We have our Kia on board. We have some amazing philanthropic support. We have some folks that have donated brand new instruments. I'm talking about really expensive stuff that even I couldn't afford. And they said, you know what, we're going to do this for the babies. We'll make sure they have what they need. So it's beautiful. Next slide. Boom. If you want to support us, if you want to get in touch, you can also scan that. Hopefully it works from your phone. But at the end of the day, class@detroit.org is the site. Appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you. Let's get it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, as what's that now, we're gonna go to the video. What's up, man? You okay? What's up?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
He's, what, 14 years old and quite profoundly affected with his autism. But he is an amazing young man. He can draw, he's an amazing artist, and he's picked up piano, self-taught, right? He's a self-taught pianist, so I'm so proud of him. Thank you. We're going to attempt to...
In Jesus' name. Lord Jesus, come into my heart. Thank you for our families. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for our friends. Thank you for our teachers. The blood of Jesus. In Jesus' name. Amen.
So we're just setting up over there the production, and while we're setting up the production, Ziza is going to play the piano beautifully for us. So, are we ready? No, absolutely. Yes, please. Thank you. We shall begin. Oh, Ziza wants to play the national anthem. Let's do the national anthem. Let's do it. No beats, no beats. He's gonna play the national anthem independently. But this is what autism can do. If you give your child the attention and the focus that they need, your autistic child can play to people and have everybody singing. So I take my hat off to young Ziza, and I take my hat off to all of you. Thank you very much.
true. Cause the chemistry was felt that day, it felt so real and so true. Looking back on the innocence together, how it's been, what we went through. Although we had a little rough since, and we still go through. My love for you will always be a part of me. As long as time keeps on survive, you'll always be my baby boy. Every time I look at you, I can't believe the colors of your hair. I don't know what I got say. I'm not submitted with a heart to do. Y'all want to see my man freestyle with it? I need some energy. Y'all want to see my man freestyle with it? Because we done. So like, if that's going to happen, we don't need some energy. So let me get some energy. Yo. Okay. I'm going to hit you with a beat. We didn't plan this, so, you know, as y'all can see, a lot of stuff we didn't really self-glitching, I'm up in there, but you know what? Now I'm not. Let's get it, bro. Alright, you want to do some flow? Alright, what we gonna hit?
I know we got a lot of sensitive ears in there. Yeah, alright, I'm going to do some freestyle while Rashad producing something on the spot. So, alright, let's see what we come up with. Well, who knows this song? I saw a couple of you guys sing it to Baby Boy, but who knows this? This is Big Bro taking on the show with the love. Okay, let me think. You know it. Let me think. Let me try a song that I've done with skills. We are Africans. We are Africans. We are Africans. Africans. We are Africans. We are Africans. We are Africans. Africans. Come on. Hey. A little bit faster than that. Yeah. That's more like it. Stay right there. Okay. Alright. So I've been looking for love in all the wrong places. I've been on my own for ages. Go through my Facebook pages, so far away, babe, that's outrageous. Love these rich and famous. Road's dangerous. I still go for the gold, but I know all the money in the world ain't changes. Still the same as always. It's never too late, there's more days. And I ain't playing no more games. You could be sweeter than sorbet, babes. If you get with me, I'll be open sesame. You bring out the best in me, especially when you're next to me, I swear. Come on. Hey. Alright. Look, I'm from Brixton, Cameron, chicks and I'm Spider-Man. Bang, bang, let's get the dope fast, Ramadan. I can speed it up, baby, summer sun. You understand? That's a West Summer Sam. I don't take it serious, so man, have a fair fun. Fuck it right and serious, compared like a square one. Square son of a square on the road, quite a fair run. 21 shot, back, air run. Say somebody left in the slow track. It's tough back and it's stacking racks, it's happening. Second in line, I'll never be done. Fashion and flashes and fly fashion. People love what I'm learning this shit. Hey. 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 Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hey. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank y'all for the energy, man, for real. Oh, y'all gonna make me start rapping. Hold up. I can't, y'all gonna let me make the beat and rap? Off the top of the dome, the winter eruptions. I don't like when I'm up in the function. I keep it couple with the original something. Wrong that something. Like it's something all I need is the MIC or the MPC. I look at that AD like Michael. Like Michael. Yeah. Yo. Make it be AD. This is off the Wall Street. That mainstream with underground heat that I feel like lyrical, kung fu like I'm Bruce Lee. One time sitting down on my loose sleep. Not going here, I'm going both seats. Move. Over fat rappers trying to eat. Looking at me funny, so it's kind of like a little seed. That's all I got. That's all. Good. Y'all got me making a video. Let's go. Y'all gonna make me buy a house now for the top of it. Hey, I love y'all, man. Thank y'all so much, for real. Salute from Detroit. Love you. Love you for real.
Because we don't have mics that pass around. can you come to the front if you have a question? You can talk loud. Alright, well. No worries. Yeah. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. So again, like when I saw that the teenagers were mirroring me, I gave them the song to go just the a cappella version. There was no instruments in the background. So when I saw them mirroring me, I sang with them. I brought some of the other artists in to like help them get their vocal range together. And as I say, I was amazed by the transformation. In the studio, they were working so well together, and they had learned the lyrics and were able to deliver as was recommended to them. So again, it wasn't easy. It didn't happen in one day. It took maybe 2 or 3 weeks to get it all done. But again, they gave it so much effort. The same energy you guys were giving is what the kids were giving in the studio, and those type of settings. So again, bringing the autistic children into the studio is a really good thing. They usually wouldn't get into a recording studio. So for them to see all of the buttons and how it works and stuff like that, it pricked a lot of people's interest. So for them it was exactly the same. No worries, thank you. Yes, sir. Yep. Sure.
And they have a great sense of community. I teach something that has to do with you seeing me and touching me. I teach them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
But because of their level of intelligence, I noticed that they sometimes get lazy to put themselves or commit themselves to learning to learn. Some of my students I see that they just watch me, see the moves, and they just give it to me. And I say practice, and they feel, how should I practice?
Right.
I already know it. And I've tried so many ways to make it innovative when we go through that process. But the moment they get to find out that, oh, this phone is because of learning this, they go back.
Sure.
How have you been able to deal with something?
I would say, you have to be quick with your ideas, continue to make it fun, but make the intense parts, like when you're trying to teach the moves and stuff, make it short and as engaging as possible. And then revisit it, and then give them a break, and then revisit it and give them a break. I don't think it's laziness. It can just be it can. Here you go.
Sir, it's not laziness at all. It's of no interest to them. And when something is of no interest to you, you will not do it. And you should not force someone who isn't interested in doing something to do it, because it doesn't work. Autistic kids do. So don't misunderstand me, but autistic kid wants to play in the street, you don't let them do that. But something like karate, they will take interest. If they don't take interest, that means they don't take interest. That means they don't fancy it. There's things that you can do to engage, and if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work.
But at the same time, it's not about quitting on an autistic kid. It's about trying to get them to that position where they are functioning at the level that you want them to. It's going to take longer than a lot of neurotypical people, but continue. And as I say, if you do it in short bursts, then they're likely to take it on and surprise you in the future by doing the whole routine or whatever. So for instance, my 7-year-old now, he's started doing martial arts himself. At first he was not interested. I didn't force him to go. In fact, the noise in the auditorium where he was training was giving him a hard time. So I stopped him from going for a long time. But when he was watching his big brother coming home and doing moves, he wanted to do it again. So I was like, next week I'm going to take you. And I gradually built him up to enter the place. not necessarily take part. Second week he started taking part, but not at the same pace as the neurotypicals. And then before you know it, he's picking it up. So yeah, he's on his way to becoming a yellow belt. Now he's still a white belt. He's very new. Yeah. There's a question up there. Sure. Yeah, yeah.
You don't have to let them follow the whole curriculum or your scheme of work as a teacher. They don't have to follow the other children's program.
Yeah.
You just have to take it one step at a time.
Definitely.
If you take that one step at a time, they will grab this, whatever.
Absolutely.
You make a leap now. You can't.
No.
You just have to make them to become more.
Absolutely. Definitely. For sure. I feel like it's also important to be able to recognize when the child is not enjoying it. You know, when is the time to pull them out of a activity and stuff like that. But if they are enjoying it, as you say, step by step, take your time, they will eventually grasp it. And if they are enjoying it, they'll take it to the next level. You know, so it's always a good look. Never give up.
Yeah, I'm an educator and also special health educator. So I have a particular child in my class. He has autism, but you know, I saw it. The music thing you're doing that art, he does it in the class. He will not sing. He will not talk to anybody. But imagine like today, you celebrate a birthday with your parents. Like 2 days after, you see him in the corner singing that birthday, but not in your own tune.
Absolutely.
You sing in a range that. Even as an adult, you have to go to a class to get to that range. Or you can't get him sit down to sing but we will just be at a particular spot to be doing that thing you've done like 2 days before and all that. And he's a visual learner. He's a kind of child that will not pay attention, but when you show him something, if it just give you that 2 seconds, he grabs that thing. So but particular, this parent, they don't have time, and sometimes you want to talk to them to let them understand that this particular child is not getting, he doesn't like to write anything pencil, right? But he's creative. So I don't know if you can help, like the video you sent, like if you can have access to it, where we can get to. Sometimes when I'm talking to the parents, I can actually relate this to them. Maybe when they see something like this, they will understand that they come to understand their child and know that they have the ability. A child who's creative. This particular child, when you're talking about creativity or drawing, you're not going to be, if you don't teach, you will not color out of box. You follow the instruction. Even without you telling him anything, but you just need to leave him with the materials. Do it on his own. But about music and creativity, he's good, but you do that thing independently with materials. But the parents are not trying, they don't understand it. So what I'm saying is maybe what you showed the other time, the websites and everything, you can bring it up again, not that we can write it down. You can actually, sometimes when you're talking to parents, you can relate to it. When they see something like that, they'll appreciate it.
Definitely. I'll make sure you get the information on the back end for sure. But you know, again, when you say the autistic kid wasn't singing at the same time as the others, sometimes it's ear sensitivity, and like you're not going to want to do it at the same time that you're having a bad time with your ears and stuff like that. But it's not that you don't enjoy the song or singing. So as you quite rightly pointed out, you'll find him 2 days later doing the exact same song but by himself and independently. You got to like, you know, give him a lot of what's the word, reinforcement, like positive reinforcement at that point, and let him know, great job, continue. Next time the class is doing a song, he'll join them, you know. But as I say, bit by bit, little by little, if he's not comfortable with the whole class, allow him to do it on his own, you know, and he'll join the class when he's ready, for sure. No worries. Thank you. I don't see, no worries. Sure.
understand that this spectrum disorder is all about a man in his own island. Autism spectrum disorder is not about a man in his own island.
No.
We are just all we have. Most time when you bring something to them, they are not interested. For instance, now, most of us sitting here, probably just come up with something different now. That here just to hear about something you see, let's say someone has come on stage now, I'm talking about health. I want to feel what is this thing for? Now, what is this person talking about? They're talking about health. The same thing those people with autism are facing. They have different things in mind, they are facing different things to them.
Exactly.
So what you can do to get their attention is what you think of. It's not from their own, it's not based on their nature, it's about their own nature. You want to get their attention to them what you want to teach them. And about what you said the other time, about saying something, teaching a particular time, a particular song at a particular time, but you observe that later on, after a day, that is that kind of thing. That's not what epidemia. I mean, people say this, that's the great epidemia. It's not really compulsory they say that thing at that same time, but they're expecting that. I see a lot of professionals that beat most of them. In fact, honestly, there are some of us that are supposed to be in jail by now.
Yes, sir.
Because I know professionals that say that.
Yes.
The encouragement I want to give today, I don't know how to
Thank you all very much. That's all the time I got. Thank you. Bye.
So that's what I'm worried about, yeah. No, there's nothing you can really apply to the teeth, yeah. All righty. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. Please, can I just, I appreciate your presentation, sir, well done. Please, can I make a comment or a contribution?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jane. I'm a clinical dietitian nutritionist.
Okay.
So I want to make a suggestion for children that don't like to brush. Like you said, you should give them water. So may I suggest that there are some foods that actually help to clean the teeth. Like you can get a glass of water, add 2 tablespoons of lemon juice, fresh lemon juice, and let them drink it. Or apple cider vinegar, just 2 tablespoons in a glass of water. Let them drink it. It actually helps them to clean their teeth. Then there are some fruits too.
Abrasive.
And veggies that can help, like the celeries, the carrots. They can chew on it to help them clean their teeth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. That's the question you wanted to. Okay, gotcha. But my issue was Because a lot of kids, I'm trying to deal in reality with you, right? So the lemon juice, yes, it's good, right? It works. But how many kids want to drink it is the issue. So I'm trying to deal in reality with you. I can tell you all these things to use and do, but it's not going to help you at home because what are they going to do? They're just going to spit that stuff out. And you see that a lot of times, unfortunately. Okay? But yes, I appreciate you. Thanks a lot for saying that, though. But that's the reality. Okay? Yeah. Okay, you wanted to say something really quick.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doctor. And thank you for a well-packaged presentation. I'm a social worker. And generally, I want to talk to most of the speakers, most of the questions, response to them that early intervention is key, is very important. For example, the two speakers from this side, 18-year-old sibling and the other, an adult, just an advice. Because when you don't start early, it's always a problem. And, well, this is Nigeria. It's a developing country, but we are thriving and developing. So we are not that backward. We are not that backward. And that's the mistake people are actually making. Like, for example, lawsuit is there. Well, it's not that free. Lawsuit is not free. I know that it's not free. The government might be saying it's free, but it is not free. But you can't compare it with private hospitals. So I just want to advise that go to lawsuit. We have dental section there that can be a lot of help to especially most of our challenges. And rather than keep saying there is no service health provider, we don't trust service provider. I don't think that is good enough. And I would also like to say that talk to issue of autism. Like one of the symptoms that I know is they pick things. They don't like eating, especially when they are very young. They don't eat. They don't eat because I have a grandson of about 4-year-old. He's not in Nigeria anyway. So, but when he came to Nigeria, it was like 2 years, and he wasn't eating. And I was forcing him to eat, and he didn't come with the mother. So I had to like take him to a pediatrician because I was worried. And but I got to know that pediatrician told me, leave him. Is he not taking liquid? I said he's taking liquid, but I wasn't satisfied. Maybe because I didn't bring up the mother like that. I don't know. So anyway, we need to intervene on time. That's what I would say. Thank you.
So just okay. I think you need to. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, this is from my junior brother actually. He has autism and he's 15. But anytime he wakes up, the first thing he do is take the brush and want to go and brush. Even if he had brushed that morning and he slept 2 hours later and just wake up, want to brush. Like, is it advisable to leave him?
Yes, as long as it's a soft toothbrush. So with people like that, with patients like that, you want to make sure that it's a soft toothbrush.
And how frequent should we leave him? Because imagine he sleeps 3 times a day.
So I would say I brush my teeth at least 3 times a day. That's just me. I do a little too much. I brush my teeth at least 3 times a day. But honestly, if you have a soft toothbrush, it's not going to take the enamel, the outside layer of the teeth off, as long as it's soft. Okay. Now, if it's a hard toothbrush, you might want to take it away from the person, yes. Okay? Not a problem. So I really appreciate everybody asking questions today. It's been a great session. I thank you for for letting me talk to you today. Thanks. Oh, you want?
Good morning, children. Not loud enough. Good morning, children. These are my hands. God gave them to me. They are blessed.
Ìgbà tí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ la bá fẹ́ pọn omi kànga la máa ń pọn ṣùgbọ́n omi kànga yẹn ìgbà mi tó bá rú a máa pọn bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Kànga yẹn náà la máa ń mu, òun la fi ń wẹ̀, òun la fi ń fọṣọ, tá a bá fẹ́ ṣe kòkòrò la máa ń lò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ti di àsìkò dry season, àsìkò ẹ̀rùn, omi máa ń scarce ládùúgbò yìí. Bẹ̀tẹ̀ òjò bá ti dé báyìí náà lápá kan máa ń rí omi.
Ẹlòmíì gan ló ń pọn omi odò láti lè fi fọṣọ, láti lè fi wẹ̀ bí òtẹ̀ nílé mu àwa mu kànga. Ṣùgbọ́n ṣe tí wọ́n gbé ètò yìí wá tí wọ́n bá wa ṣe omi yìí, inú wa dùn gan. Gbogbo àwa àdúgbò ládẹ̀ ń ṣàdúrà fún àwọn ẹni pé ọwọ́ wọn á máa lọ sókè.
When we made our calculation to see what it's going to cost us to actualize this project, it was like an impossible project for us. In the course of it, GT Bank came to our rescue. I want to say a very big thank you. On behalf of the whole Celebrating Nigerian crew, we want to say a very big thank you.
Okay, my name is Jumoke Olowokere. I'm going to be 40 years in November this year, and I've lived all my life in Ibadan. When I got that idea to go to the public schools, 40, to mark my 40th birthday, and teach the children how to convert the waste that is abundantly around them into a playground. We asked them to go into their communities and look for this waste that are in the gutters, blocking the drainage, causing environmental hazard. We do paintings, we do different creative work. This school that we are in is number 21. But guess what? This is the first time that my full dream is being actualized, courtesy of GT Bank. Simple things like waste can make a great impact. Wow! I'm so excited.